o'clock. Call this meeting to order. This is the May 15th meeting of the Concord City Planning Board. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Champlin.
Negative.
Condo Dimitraki. Fox.
Here.
Hicks.
Here.
Here.
You're
Say
there.
Pierce or Hicks?
Hicks.
It'll be a long day.
You can do it.
Pierce. Now Pierce.
Here.
Rosenberger. Here. Santa Cruz.
No.
Savage.
Nope.
Todd.
Here.
Woodfin.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, we have a quorum. We'll open the meeting. First item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes as submitted?
So moved. Second.
Or any other discussion around those? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We'll move on to an agenda overview. We've got a quick agenda overview. If you are here regarding item 9B, which is a Stickney Avenue project, item 10A, which is 388 Loudon Road, or item 10F, which is 391 Loudon Road. Those items have been pulled from tonight's agenda at the applicant's request. Do we need to make a motion to move those to the June meeting?
Yes, please.
All right, so would someone like to make a motion to move those items? Are we pulling them, tabling them?
Postponing.
Postponing to the June 18th meeting.
Continuance to date certain.
Pardon me?
Continuance to date certain.
Continuance to date certain. Someone like to make that
Second.
motion? Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Okay, so let's move on to items in our agenda under design review applications by consent. Item 5A through 5F are design reviews for signs mostly. If anybody in the audience has any questions or concerns regarding item 5A through 5F, if you could make yourself known. If not, any member of the board wish to pull any of those items off of the agenda? No, so we'll look for a motion to approve those items under design consent with architectural design review comments. Would
So
someone
moved.
like to make that motion? Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. That moves us on to item 6, determination of completeness by consent. Could we read that item into the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes. New Hampshire Land Consultant and New Hampshire Sustainable Communities LLC, on behalf of Thomas Cheney, request approvals for a major site plan application, architectural design review in a condominium subdivision application for an 83-unit condominium development. The site comprises 8.33 acres over 4 tax lots. They are addressed as 169, 165, 159, and 153 Fisherville Road. This item is for a determination of completeness on the consent agenda and is not a public hearing.
Okay, so there is a determination of completeness component. Staff has found that the development is not a development of regional impact. Would someone like to make a motion to find the application complete, not a development of regional impact, and set the public hearing for June 18th?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Item 7, extension applications by consent. We've got just one item, 7A. Do we want to read that into the record?
Certainly. JTA Realty Investments LLC and Joseph T. Alosa request a 1-year extension of major site plan, architectural design review, and conditional use permit approvals for the construction of a 17,400 square foot, 38 space commercial parking lot with associated stormwater, landscape, and lighting improvements at 96 Hall Street.
Okay, so the applicants asked for a 1-year extension, the request for 96 Hall Street. Someone like to make a motion or any discussion regarding that? Someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver request as outlined? Oh, sorry, that extension request as outlined?
I have a question.
Certainly.
Do we know they're just not ready, or do we have any idea?
Yes, I can update you on that. They are oh so close. There are a few items that they are attempting to resolve with an easement, and our city staff just approved it to form, so they just need to get signatures and then submit for the final plan signature. So they're very close.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Someone like to make a motion to grant that extension as outlined?
I'll move it.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That That motion carries. That moves us off the consent agenda item and into our public hearing section. Let's read item 8A into the record if we could.
Jeffrey Burnham, Kathy Miller, and Capital City Billiards request that the planning board reconsider and reverse the board's decision made on April 17th, 2024 to deny the architectural design review application for signage located at 219 Fisherville Road in accordance with Article 28-9-4 F8 of the zoning ordinance.
Okay, is the applicant here? Do you want to speak or no? Okay, come on up. All right, can we get a quick staff update on this if we could? Or is there one?
There's not much.
Okay.
The sign went to Architectural Design Review Committee. The committee recommended that the board approve with the condition that the lighting not be used, and that if the lighting was used, then at that time, they would need to come back for architectural design review again, and to review the lack of opaque background. The board at the last meeting on April 17th pulled the item from the consent agenda and disapproved rather than going along with the recommendation from the Architectural Design Review Committee because the guideline indicates that an opaque background should be used.
Right. So again, I think it was Jeff who had the comments regarding this not complying with current regulations regarding opaque backgrounds or current guidelines or guidance regarding the background. So was there anything else on the notice of decision? It said so is it Szechuan Gardens or is it Capital City Billiards or both of them?
They're two
come on,
separate hearings.
sit down, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Have a
so
seat.
Capital City Billiards is the first hearing,
Yeah.
and then
Second
Szechuan
request,
Gardens is the
okay.
second. Yeah.
So the decision, the decision note references them both, but if you could, guys, state your name for the record.
Sure, I'm Kathy Miller.
Jeff Burnham.
Okay, so you're the applicant, you're the sign person?
No, we're both
partners.
Okay,
partners.
partners. So tell us why we should reconsider this application.
Okay, so Kathy and I reviewed the meeting, and we're sorry that we didn't come to it. We could have brought this to light last month, but we were specifically told by our property management company that we didn't need a sign permit because they already had one. That's why we put the sign up. I think last month's meeting, it was. I think everybody was under the impression that we had done something without asking permission. We didn't know that we needed it, so we put the sign up. We put it up in January, 2 months before we opened. It's in the Concord Monitor if anybody wants to see it. Then I think the day after we opened, Brian Tremblay came by and said, "You're supposed to have this. You're supposed to have a permit." And I said, "Okay, what do we do?" And he said, "Don't worry about it. You know, we'll get you a permit, and then it has to go. The sign has to be measured, and this and that." And it went to ADR, and I got a call from Alec Bass saying that ADR said that we were in compliance based on the light itself. It didn't need to be opaque because and again, in last month's meeting, it was mentioned that we had broken lights. The lights were not broken. The lights were removed. We removed 3 of those lights to not make it as bright. There was another sign next to it because the room is 3 separate units, and so there was another sign next to it that somebody had just flipped over. So with all of the lights on, you could see the reflection of the inside of the sign on the left. So we removed 3 of them just to make it dimmer. Alec was very specific, and I was very specific in asking him, "So are we okay?" And he said, "Yes. Right, the way that the sign is, you're okay. But if you have to upfit the lights to LED at any point, then you have to apply for another sign permit," which I understood, And I said, okay, then I said, do we turn the lights on? He said, yes. So we did. Alec let me know prior to the meeting, you know, the date of that the agenda would come out, and he said, you don't have to be there. As far as signs go, they usually bang them out pretty quickly and move on, but it's never a bad idea to come in. We own Tropical Smoothie Cafe in Concord as well, and I own another pool hall in Pelham, so we're pretty busy. And I just figured that we were fine because ADR said we were compliant. Then the following day, we got an email from Brian Tremblay saying that our permit request was denied, and we saw the meeting. And I think it was the planning board's concern that we kind of end arounded you guys.
Okay, yep. So, any other comments or questions from staff, or comments from staff as far as what was said?
I think we do our best to inform
Yep.
applicants of the process
Yep.
as best we can.
Yep.
It can be confusing for a lot of people. I think we're pretty clear about ADR's
What we do.
advisory. They're not required to attend meetings, but
Right,
we
right.
strongly recommend that they do.
Right, okay. Okay, questions from the board? Comments, concerns? Earl, yes?
Just a question. So are you now familiar with the signage regulations?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I was told that the sign was fine unless we upfitted it with brighter lights, in which case we would have to come back and get another permit or request to have a new sign put in. We're not in any position where we foresee that in the future. Brian Tremblay did let us know that if we disconnected the electrical line from the sign, we would be okay. If we made the sign smaller, we would be okay. Or we could come before you and appeal it. But so that's why I'm unclear. So were we okay with the sign that we had according to ADR, or not?
Well, some clarification. When you apply for a sign permit in the district that you're in, before the permit can be issued, and so all of this should take place before you ever actually install the sign. So before the permit is issued, you have to have approval from the planning board.
Okay.
Okay?
Again.
So what happened was the planning board didn't give approval.
Right. I understand that completely. And again, we've had several discussions with the property owner in the
Yeah,
information
you get
that
some
they
bad
gave us.
advice from the property owner for sure, but I mean, if you're changing signs, you gotta go through the city to find out
Yeah.
what you need to do, so.
At the end of the day, I don't care if it's lit, not lit.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
care if it's big. I don't care if it's small. Everyone knows where we are anyway.
And again, we've got issues across the city with signs, so we want to lay the groundwork to say, when you're changing out a sign, you come to the board to get approval to change it. We'll tell you what can be done through architectural design review. It comes to us usually as a rubber stamp.
Yeah, I
And goes
understand
from
completely.
there.
And, it's different. So in Pelham, you just had to pay the permit fee
Yeah,
and
yeah.
change the sign.
Okay,
In Concord, the franchise did everything for us, so we just didn't know.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this sign application? No? We'll close the public hearing. We'll have you guys step back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Points from the board? Any comments, questions, concerns? I'm inclined to move this forward and get it approved as submitted with the architectural design review blessing, if that's appropriate. If not, we can leave the decision as it sits and let them come back with a new sign. But I'll make the motion that we approve the sign as it's submitted.
Here's a question.
Yes,
Jay?
yes,
So on April 2nd was when this sign went before the Architectural
Yep.
Design Review Committee. They provided a recommendation to you. This board went against that recommendation.
Yep.
Would you like me to reread the ADR's recommendation?
yeah, please.
On the minutes from April 2nd, Mr. Gentleholm made a motion to recommend approval as submitted with the condition that due to the committee's concern that the applicant installed a sign prior to receiving architectural design review approval and concerned of the brightness of the sign without an opaque background, that if the lighting source is changed within the sign box, an opaque background shall be installed behind the white, or the applicant shall return for a new architectural design review approval. Was the recommendation from ADR for this sign.
Okay, so if my motion incorporates that recommendation from ADR, it's to approve the sign with ADR's comments and recommendations. Is that appropriate?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so can we do the same thing for the next one?
We should have a
Okay.
We need, it's a
So
separate,
we'll
so we
open,
need to
let's
open
read that into the record if we could, in item 8B.
Okay. ABK Holdings LLC requests that the planning board reconsider and reverse the board's decision made on April 17th, 2024 to deny the architectural design review application for signage located at 108 Fisherville Road in accordance with Article 28-9-4 F8. And Alec will just, if
Yep,
you
give
would
us a
go
quick
ahead
update on
and-
that.
yeah, and read what the Architectural Design Review Committee recommended on that one.
Yep, so on April 2nd, the minutes from the April 2nd ADR meeting, Mr. Gentleholm made a motion to recommend approval of the signs as submitted with the condition that if the signs or lighting source are replaced, the applicant must return for a new permit application and architectural design review approval prior to installation.
Okay, and this is the same applicant?
This is a different applicant.
Is the applicant here? Any questions from the applicant? No? Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? No, so we'll close the public hearing. Same stance here. I'll take the same, I'll make the motion that with architectural design review recommendations regarding replacement or upgrading of the sign, that we approve the sign as submitted,
I'll second. Yep.
right? Am I okay
Yes.
with that? Okay. We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Whoops, they're gone. Okay, let's move on. Item 8C.
I'm sure they're watching from home.
Yes, item 8C, if we could read that into the record.
Nyapco Signs, on behalf of Lodgett Supply, requests architectural design review approval for a new 37.5 square foot internally illuminated building wall sign at 254 Sheep Davis Road in the Gateway Performance District.
Okay, what do we got for staff update? Anything on this? Oops.
This was a sign that went before the Architectural Design Review Committee on April 30th. They are recommending approval as submitted with the stipulation that an opaque background be placed behind the white background, allowing the letters to glow.
I'm going to guess that you disagree with that.
Good evening, everyone.
State your name for the record.
Glenn Shadlick, Neopco Signs.
All righty, tell us what we got here, Glenn.
Well, the packet that I gave you, I'll have to apologize. I didn't have enough time to print a bunch of them, so you'll have to share when we get to that point. I'd like to address my concern about how the Design Review Board and then ultimately the Planning Board is interpreting the guidelines from the architectural design guidelines as well as the ordinance. I'm going to read the 1990 guidelines for design review, which
Updated?
I would like to maybe suggest that you guys upgrade the guidelines. They're a little old and need to be redone. But in regards to the illumination portion of the guidelines, illumination of signs should be from an indirect light source to reduce glare and ensure attention is focused on the sign. The light should be contained within the sign frame and not spill over to other portions of the building. Internally lit signs should provide opaque backgrounds with translucent letters. Now, I'm going to harp on this word should because should is not shall or must. It is a suggestion.
Yep.
So unfortunately, the Design Review Board and then passing on to you, the Planning Board, you are under the assumption that it has to be opaque backgrounds when we have illumination like this, which is incorrect. Again, it's a suggestion, and then the higher law, so to speak, or bylaw is the ordinance. And that takes precedence over the guidelines of the Design Review Board. And the only thing that it says about internally illuminated signs that have to be opaque is in a CBP zone. All of the zones are not subjected to have to go and have opaque signs. There's only one guideline that's in the guidelines. There's only one requirement, and that's for scale and proportion. The scale and proportion of the signage shall not overpower the building or obscure the building's architectural features. All of the guidelines for signage are shoulds. So again, I think the board is, not going to be breaking any rules, and they won't be setting a precedent by approving internally illuminated signs without opaque backgrounds based on the circumstance of the sign, including its illumination or location. The particular sign that I am coming before you for is Blodgett, and Blodgett is not a sign that's out by the road. It's 75 feet back. So it's not going to cast any illumination on drivers or passerbys or whatnot. It's so far back that it could be bright and not really affect anything.
So what's the issue? The issue is Architectural Design Review recommended approval.
No, they recommended approval if it was
If it was
opaque.
opaque, okay.
Okay.
And he wants it
Yep,
as
yep,
submitted.
as submitted. Yep, I got you.
Another thing is, you have to be careful with opaque signs is, if you look at the Blodgett copy on their sign, it's a script. It's very thin, and you've got a lot of white background behind it. So in the case that this became an opaque sign, the lettering is going to be very thin and not readable.
Okay.
The Design Review Board, when I asked them about why they were so harped on the internal illumination and it being opaque, their comment was that because it was fuzzy. And I've been doing this for 40 some odd years, and I have never made a sign, nor have I seen a sign that has a white background with letters on it that becomes fuzzy.
Yeah.
It becomes fuzzy when you have to do this opaque background, because now you're applying layers to the back and the front of the sign, so the light gets diffused and it's not a nice clean cut line like it is if it was backlit.
Okay.
And you were supposed to have gotten a picture of Uno's.
We did, yeah.
Okay, and that kind of explains, what I was just trying to, to present to you with the fact that the letters do not appear very, very crisp when you have an opaque background. One other thing to throw into the mix.
Well, we got a golden nozzle.
Yeah.
That's the
golden nozzle, yeah,
okay.
former Uno's.
Yeah.
Now, getting to the packet that I submitted here, what's kind of strange is on this strip, all in this zone, all the signs that you see here in this pamphlet that I submitted to you, they're all internally illuminated and not opaque. Some of these were approved by the Design Review Board and Planning Board in the last 2 or 3 years. E.J. Prescott came before you and the Design Review Board a couple of years ago. Granite State Credit Union, the same. I came before you for budget blinds and K9 Strong, and those were not required to be opaque. If you look at the pictures, Blodgett's neighbor right next to them has an internally illuminated sign without an opaque background, and then the next building over, the CED has a Sylvania sign that is not opaque. And right across the street, Sinorama has a sign that has panels that are not opaque and they're internally illuminated. And
Okay,
as I
so-
said, all the other signs, and the killer here is Osborne's, which is right next door.
Yeah, right next door. So I don't want to cut you off, but I don't want to belabor the point. So if we do look to getting some updated guidelines, would it be something you'd be interested in participating in, or
Absolutely. I
or
would
sitting
love
on a
to.
committee, or being able to give us some guidelines on what we can do? And I appreciate the opaque background piece and the light pollution, and I understand why the guidance is there, but I do see the problem when you're looking at fuzzy images. If you've got an opaque background and you're trying to call out relatively thin script letters like this one that we've got before us, it'll be hard to read, and it won't be as effective.
I agree 100% that certain zones should be opaque because, even though I do signs, I don't want light pollution and,
Yeah.
downtown, I don't
Yep.
want to see that.
Okay. Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns regarding this application? Nope. I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you, Glenn, for your testimony.
Well, I have a
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
If
Okay,
if I
sorry,
may,
we'll keep the public hearing open.
what's the difference in cost to the client between opaque and what you provided here?
It's approximately 35 to 40% more for the customer.
Okay,
And the skill level is not there because it's a fairly new process, and you have to put layers in the back and front, and that's why you'll see on the golden nozzle one, it's not registered correctly, and it just looks awful.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Yes.
Thompson has a question.
Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Not really a question, but just from a procedural standpoint, the reason why these are all shoulds and not shalls is because they are guidelines, not regulations.
Yep.
The requirements that the ADR has decided to recommend are simply that. The recommendations, that's why it's not universal across the city. And speaking as a former ADR member myself, the reason for doing opaque background on these, primarily the white background signs where the white provides such an expanse and such a large percentage of the sign itself, that's where the requirement, or the request typically comes from, is to prevent that light pollution from that overwhelming amount of light.
Right, and again, some of it is just the amount of light you're putting behind it too, to beam out from there. Okay, any other questions? Would someone like to make a motion to move this forward or deny this application?
So moved.
I'll make the, yeah,
moved how?
I'll make the,
Or approve with conditions.
I'll make the motion that we approve the sign as submitted, without the recommendation of ADR that it go to an opaque background, but really as it's submitted and as we see it here.
Public
Al?
hearing closed.
Good? So I've made that motion.
Close the public hearing.
I closed the public hearing once. I opened it back up for Earl, so I'll
Oh,
close it
Earl.
again. So we'll close the public hearing,
Jeez.
and now I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Glenn, we will call on you for some help with that.
I will be ready and willing.
I bet you will. Thank you very much again. All right, let's read item 8D into the record if we
All
could.
right. Point Signs on behalf of Duncan requests architectural design review approval for a new 17.16 square foot internally illuminated building wall sign and a new 10.93 square foot internally illuminated tenant pylon panel at 1 Whitney Road in the Gateway Performance District. And Alec will remind us of the recommendations of the Architectural Design Review Committee.
All righty. Alec?
ADR recommended approval as submitted with the condition that the tenant pylon panel have an opaque background behind the white background to highlight and allow the letters of Duncan to glow.
I'm going to guess you're opposed to that.
I may be.
You may be. Well, welcome to the table. If you could
Hi,
state your
I'm-
name for the record.
I'm Jen Robichaux. I work for Point Signs. I'm here representing Duncan. I'll start with everything Glenn said.
Everything Glenn said.
Yes. In December of 2021, in January of 2022, Barlow Signs presented an application for variance for a multi-tenant freestanding sign at 1 Whitney. It was granted. The paperwork showed fully translucent faces. Many of the faces had white backgrounds. Paperwork included a print containing a night shot detailing the same. In 2022, the existing proposed multi-tenant sign was installed reflecting the ZBA print in that variance that had been secured. At the last Architectural Design Review meeting, I presented a proposal for wall sign replacement, which was met without opposition, and alteration of the existing sign panel on the existing freestanding sign for Duncan, which was not recommended as proposed. Whereas upon review of the City of Concord's sign ordinance, translucent faces are not prohibited per the sign ordinance in the gateway zone, nor are white backgrounds on sign faces. Opaque faces are not required for the sign ordinance in the gateway zone, nor within the Architectural Design Review guidelines. The variance approval did not specify opaque faces were required. No testimony was given from the public or others before the Architectural Design Review Committee with regard to any harm a non-opaque face may cause the surrounding properties of 1 Whitney Road or the public, specific to our proposed sign update. Given this information, I respectfully request your consideration and approval of our proposal as presented.
Well, you know how we hate white back, no kidding, only kidding. Okay, so we've opened the public hearing. Let me ask for any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? No? Earl?
Question for staff. I see that this is brighter than the proposed with the drive-through is brighter than the other signs that are already on the pillar. Did we require those that are on there to have opaque backgrounds?
So I have not done an exhaustive search, but on February 16th of 2022, the planning board approved the 1 Whitney Road sign and they recommended opaque backgrounds be placed.
So Service Credit Union, which is there now,
I'm not sure of that sign's status. I don't know if that tenant panel went before the committee or not.
okay.
If I can, Mr. Pierce, it looks just from my viewing of this, and again, having been an architectural design review committee member in the past, I think that's just a matter of the software used to put the sign on there. I don't believe that's intended to indicate how bright that Dunkin' with the drive-through sign would be.
If
Yeah,
I
no,
could
sorry.
mention,
Is that what you?
No, I was really looking at the existing
Yeah.
signs and whether or not we required opaque
Gotcha.
on those.
Okay.
That's all.
I'm
But-
not sure.
if I could speak to what I thought you were honing in on, you are right. These are designs.
Yeah, no, these are just mock-ups, yeah.
It's a mock-up, and the one on the right certainly does appear to be
Yeah, no.
brighter.
I think you were asking about what was required before, right?
Right,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
Any other questions from the board? Okay,
A quick question. So which
Yeah.
one's it going to be? Is it going to look like the one on the left?
one on the right.
The one on the right?
Yeah.
So it will
Yeah,
be bright?
it's not gonna be brighter, no, it's
Okay.
just a mock-up.
It's just a mock-up,
Yeah.
okay. Just-
So the only difference will be it's gonna say drive-through as opposed to the regular.
Right.
I'm gonna, do I need to say anything in particular regarding motion to approve this as submitted?
That's all you need to say.
Close the
Is
public
it, we'll
hearing.
close the public hearing, but this hasn't, okay, so we're gonna, any other questions or comments from from the audience on this application? I've asked that once, I'll close the public hearing. Any other comments from the board or staff? I'd make a motion that we approve the sign as submitted. Second. That's it. We get a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
Okay, that motion carries, and we may be in touch regarding sign application updates as well.
Glenn knows how to reach me, so
Perfect.
that would
Great.
work, and I thank you all for your
Okay,
time.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, let's read item 80 into the record.
Carol Ellis, on behalf of Laborata Studios, requests architectural design review approval for 2 existing non-illuminated window signs of 14 square feet and 13 square feet at 1 Merrimack Street in Pennacook in the CBP district. The signs were installed prior to architectural design review approval and prior to obtaining sign permits.
All right. Hi. Welcome to the table. If you could state your name for the record.
Yep, my name is Carol Ellis.
All right, tell us about what you got going on here.
So I didn't realize I needed a sign approval when I opened my business, and I got a note from Brian, and so came down and took care of that. Was told that I needed 2 fees because one is on the window and then there's another sign behind it. I originally had the temporary sign, which is the one that's hanging behind it. And then I had the window done, and when I had the window done, I didn't really feel like you could read the lettering very well. It's a very southern exposure window. So I left the temporary there and actually liked the effect of having this reflection. It looked like a cast shadow. So I'd like to request that I keep it. But the recommendation, I believe, was to take off Laborata and leave Jurian classes.
Yeah, the Architectural Design Review Committee recommended to remove the white Laborata Studio and the white insignia.
And just leave jewelry and art, so whatever's not on the green sign in the back, they want to leave on the front,
Right.
Right.
right? And take the rest of it off.
Yep.
Okay, you don't want to do that.
No, I'd like to leave it the way it is. I like the effect of it now.
Okay. Questions from the board? Dina?
The reason they'd want to remove that.
I have no idea.
I'm going to assume readability.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but again,
It's her business.
This is more of a pedestrian-oriented
Yeah.
sign, so you're not likely going to be reading the sign as you're driving by 30 miles an
right.
hour.
Okay, any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? No, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your testimony. Where do we go? Would someone like to make a motion?
Approval is submitted.
Motion's been made to approve it as submitted and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Tell all your friends how much fun you had here tonight, okay?
But tell them to ask permission to put a sign up first.
All right, let's read item 8F into the agenda.
Okay. 8F.
For the record,
Jerry Carrier, on behalf of Little River Oriental Rugs, requests architectural design review approval for existing non-permitted, non-illuminated window signs of 0.95 square feet, 0.67 square feet, 2.64 square feet, and 6.61 square feet at 10 North Main Street in the CBP district.
Mr. Carrier, welcome back to the table.
Oh, thank you very much.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, so CBP district opens up a whole new can of worms for us, so we're not going to be quite as lenient, but I'll give you the table and tell us why we should be, why you should be looking at this application.
I appreciate your consideration. So Brian approached us when we came before you to change out our awning a couple months ago. And as a result of that, he identified that lettering that was on the windows in our store were not properly permitted. So we went back, and actually all of that lettering was installed in 2008. And it was done by Sign City. We were new to the business, but we were told that all the permitting was done appropriately, so we never went after it. So the lettering has been there for 16 years. The ADR was fine with all of the other lettering. What they suggested was they approved as submitted with an optional recommendation that the text in the middle window sign, which states exceptional handmade rugs and our website name, nhrugs.com, be removed, and that we move the nhrugs.com address to our door sign. So we went through all of the requirements and so forth and regulations, and we can't find anything that indicates that the way that we currently have it violates anything. It may be, and unfortunately I wasn't at the ADR meeting. It got postponed that day and I was unable to hear their comments. So I'm here tonight to request that the sign remain as it has been for 16 years and that we don't have to rearrange or remove any portion of it.
Okey doke. Questions from the board? Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? No? Good.
Just the definition of a grandfathered clause on that sign.
Well, again, I think that
It wouldn't
yeah.
apply because
yeah.
there were no permits there were no permits granted in the first place, so you don't have a grandfathering situation.
So it's just like a new, I mean, it's never been through, even though it's been up for 16 years. And again, when I saw it on the post, on the application with all the different signs, I was a little concerned, but seeing it in totality on the final picture in your packet here with all of it across the front with the 3 windows and then the door, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I think it's, I mean, I think you could do some work on the upper sign, but
All of that is gone.
yeah, oh, it is gone?
Yeah, that was only when we opened the store we had that sign.
Oh, okay.
And no, all of that is gone. It's only the lettering that you see in the middle of the window pane.
Dina,
I may ask a question.
just pull that microphone a little closer to you, sorry. That booming voice of yours goes right across.
Is there any illumination over your door?
Yes, there's one light there for the evening, yeah.
Because I imagine if you moved all of that information into that door, it's very dark there.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't really make sense to
Yep.
move that there.
And again, there's a lot of info already on the door.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, I'm going to make a motion to approve the signs as submitted without any of the architectural design review recommendations to remove the nhrugs.com, move it to the door.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. All right, let's read item 8G into the record if we could.
Shane Hustis, on behalf of Fox Hardware, requests architectural design review approval for an existing non-permitted 8.5 square foot non-illuminated hanging blade sign at 325 Village Street in the CBP district.
Okay, can we get a staff update on this one? Is there any update or other than a non-conforming, non-approved sign?
Yeah, existing non-permitted sign went before ADR. The staff photo that was provided to the committee wasn't very legible, and so the ADR recommended disapproval due to the incomplete application and inability to discern the sign and materials. The applicant, I believe, has provided some supplemental information.
Supplemental
making that
picture.
Sign a little
Clearer.
more clear for you to make a decision on.
All right. Welcome to the table. If you could state your name for the record.
My name is Dave Mitchell. I am the owner of Fox Hardware.
How is business at Fox Hardware in downtown Pennacook? Good?
It's good.
Good.
Yep.
Keep it up.
This is our season for sure.
There are a lot.
Yeah, there are a lot, yeah. Okay, you want to leave the sign as it's submitted, I take it?
I would, yeah. The picture that was submitted was not great. It was grainy. It was hard to
Yeah,
see,
yeah.
so I get it. And speaking with Brian Tremblay, I think years ago there was a permit for it. I think he said, because he looked it up and he said it was like 30 years ago. But all that aside, yeah, it's
Sign's been there a while?
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's an existing
Sits-
sign. It did say Ace.
Yep.
We're no longer partnered with Ace, unfortunately.
Yep.
So we were required to remove the lettering on that. So I was able to scrape the letters off and we just
Literally
put it-
scraped their letters off and left the sign?
Correct. So that's a long and short of it.
Okay. Earl?
I think you answered the question. This sign was here with the Ace when you bought the store.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Comments from the board? If not, I'll make a motion that we approve this sign as it sits with no changes. Do we have architectural design review comments or just a disapproval?
Yeah, they just
disapprove it, couldn't see it.
well enough, so.
Okay, so I'm going to recommend that we approve it as submitted with the updated picture from the applicant.
I second.
Any further motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all set.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
8H, if we could read that into the record.
Kevin Rudder, on behalf of Smoking Turtle in H, requests architectural design review approval for an existing non-permitted 24 square foot externally illuminated building wall sign at 9 Pleasant Street Extension in the CBP district.
Okay, welcome to the table. If you could state your name for the record.
Kevin Rudder.
Okay, Kevin, and again, we're in the CBP district. We're a little tighter on controls on what's in there, but tell us why this should be approved as you've submitted it.
Well, from the email I received, it was recommended to be denied because the information on the sign is not presented graphically to clearly and clearly make readable, and the name of the shop is not clearly stated. The picture I submitted, it's the wall sign. It has the name of the shop twice that is pretty clearly seen. It's once around the logo and once at the bottom of the sign in big letters. So I'm not sure why it wasn't clearly read. Maybe the original picture wasn't clear enough. It looks like it's readable to me.
Okay, the one that's around the side of the building, is it just a vinyl sign?
It's it's this sign right here that's being hung.
Right, it's a vinyl sign
Yep.
though, right? Okay, so I don't have a problem with the readability of of the blade sign that's out in front. I do have a problem with the readability of the vinyl sign, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The awning sign, the circular one,
The circular one.
that was already approved.
Right.
Yes.
Only the building
No,
sign.
I'm just saying, I'm looking at the two logos and understanding that the blade sign has got a nice readable logo where that's missing on the other one. So I'm inclined to agree with architectural design that the name of the shop is not as prominent as find us on Facebook or your phone number. I just don't think the sign's very well done, so my own two thoughts. David? Hang on just a sec, I'll get you. Oh, no, sorry, yep.
The circular sign is not the one in question.
No, I understand that. I'm looking at the logo on the circular sign and saying if you took that logo and put it on the vinyl sign, I'm good with that. I think the find us on Facebook and Instagram and Google Plus needs to be way smaller, and I think the whole sign needs to be redesigned, but that's me. So, comments from the board? Anybody?
I agree.
So I'm gonna recommend that sign not be approved as submitted, that you need to redesign that smoking turtle smoke shop and either put the smoking turtle around the side or do something, but I just don't think that that's a good representative sign. Now, that's facing Store Street, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that motion. Did you make a motion?
Yeah, I'm making a motion. I'm looking for some guidance to put him back in touch with either.
Perhaps to make the logo and the name of the store more prominent than the social media advertising.
Or something. Somehow, again, one of the sign folks that was here earlier or somebody can look at it and come up with an idea that promotes the name. And again, I understand the logo looks different on the logo on the front blade sign, but you need to do something a little different on that. I don't like the look of it at all. So I'm going to make that motion that you got it. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to say I'm going to vote against your motion because I think the smoking turtle on the sign in question is actually more readable than on the blade sign.
Okay. Design-wise, you okay with the rest of the?
No, I don't like the sign, but I don't think that's the issue.
Okay, so if we move this forward with a motion that says that we need to have some more consistency between if you look at the two logos are right next door to each other. I know the other one's not what we're talking about. You've got one that says smoke shop and then the smoking turtle's on the inside, and then you've got another one that's completely different right next to it. If it was on the other side of the building or not seen with the other one, it might be a different story. But anyways, I'm going to make a motion that this not be approved as submitted for a variety of reasons, but just make that motion, see where we go.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yes?
I have just a question. The sign in question is attached directly to the wall, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It's a vinyl sign.
It's a vinyl sign attached directly. And do we have any guidelines on that?
Temporary signs versus permanent signs? Yeah, that's a good question.
For lack of a better word, that I won't use it because it'll probably be wrong. So it's sort of a
It doesn't appear permanent. It doesn't appear permanent.
It doesn't
to the
appear
building.
permanent, as though someone put it up, almost a graffiti-like sign that's up there. I mean, it's tasteful and everything, but it's glued to the wall.
Right.
And
Or stuck to the wall.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's on the, just like you see the space next to it, there's a space for each
Right.
unit in the building, and that
Yep.
was our space.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a code question, I'm not sure. I just wanted to bring note, right now you're, and maybe you feel differently, but we have a motion to deny for a variety of reasons.
Yep.
In the motion, we might want to go over why we are denying.
General design guideline, general design of I just don't like the general design.
I think you maybe just want to amend that motion. I don't know if variety of reasons is.
For a variety of reasons. So the motion to deny based on the graphic design of the sign, is that the graphic design and layout?
It was the readability.
The inconsistency of the
Readability.
proposed sign to the blade sign.
Yeah, okay.
If I can
So
Summarize
I
what I
made that
thought I heard.
motion. Does that change your second, Teresa?
No.
Nope. And
second.
any other further discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So one opposed. So you need to go back to the drawing board on the sign. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Item 9 in our agenda, 9A. I think that's the most signs we've had in a long time.
Gosh.
Someone's out beating the bushes.
They are. All right, let's read item 9 into 9A
is
into the agenda.
zoning ordinance amendment for casinos, gaming facilities.
If I may, I'm
Yes.
going to recuse
So
myself.
for the record,
Someone
Earl
come knock
Pierce
on the
has
door.
recused himself. He's going to go sit in the hall, hands between his head. All right, let's get a staff update on this if we could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. In your packet, you'll find my report to the board dated tonight. The recommendation from staff is to take a look at the proposed ordinance amendments that have been slightly modified from what the City Council had referred to back in February, and provide a recommendation to the City Council for their public hearing in July. Just as a matter of background, upon the election of the new City Council, one of their goals was to take a look at the issues regarding charitable gaming and casino facilities within the city. They had asked staff to look at options for how to potentially look at a means for mitigating a potential proliferation of these types of facilities before the city is able to get into a full master planning process and develop more robust regulations to deal with these types of uses. The proposal that staff came up with is to come up with an interim regulation that would basically allow casinos / charitable gaming facilities as accessory uses in 6 different zoning districts in the community. Those districts are generally where charitable organizations and religious facilities are currently located, with the assumption that this would allow for the offhanded casino night or charitable organization to utilize their space to have an occasional fundraising opportunity at their facility. This would not allow casinos or gaming facilities as a primary use anywhere within the city. It would not have any impact on the 2 facilities that are currently in the community, the Concord Casino next to the Draft, which is currently closed pending the licensure issues that are with the former operator, and the conditionally approved plan for the facility on Breakaday Drive, which is currently in litigation. The reason why this is necessary is the current interpretation of the zoning administrator is that these are classified as commercial indoor recreation facilities, which are permitted in a variety of different zoning districts that are not necessarily conducive to this type of use taking place. So at that direction, city staff prepared the recommendation that you have before you. We did have some consultation with the New Hampshire Lottery Commission to get their input and feedback. And in having that discussions with them, we did make some modifications to the proposed language that you have in your packet tonight so that it now corresponds with the statutory language in terms of the number of events that are allowed per license. More than happy to answer any questions specific to the ordinance language itself or the process that the city is proposing we go forward with.
So process, Tim, is here tonight, first steps, public testimony,
This was
feedback.
introduced by the city council at their meeting in February, referred to the planning board for your recommendation. The city council has already set a public hearing for July 8th on this ordinance. This is just the required step statutorily and per our charter to have planning board recommendation before the council takes final action.
Perfect. David?
In the process, the Breakaday Drive approval that you say is in litigation currently.
Yes.
Going through the process you're going through right now, will that be impacted depending on the outcome of the Breakaday Drive approval?
It will not. The Breakaday Drive has statutory protection based on the fact that the planning board conditionally approved it prior to this ordinance language being developed. So they would be subject to the ordinance language that was in place at the time of their approval. So they would be considered a commercial recreation facility, which is how it was approved.
But didn't we, when we approved that Breakaday Drive situation, we were dealing with a certain group. It's my understanding that that group has changed.
The planning board approves the use, not the applicant, so it's the use of the property that has been approved for the site.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Tim? I believe there was going to be someone from the Lottery Commission here. Is there anyone from the Lottery Commission here?
I did get email from the Lottery Commission earlier today stating that they are not able to be here tonight.
Okay.
But if the city wants any comments, they don't typically provide commentary on ordinance development, but if there's any questions about the
Right.
statutory framework.
I just wanted to give them an opportunity to come up if, before we took any public testimony. Okay, anything else from a staff perspective or from a usage perspective that we need to know about? I think we're
Pretty good.
pretty good shape. We will open the public testimony if someone would like to make a motion to, or someone, Mr. Schweiker, someone would like to get us signed in. Is there a sign-in sheet on the table
Yeah,
down there?
nobody signed it yet.
Okay. All right, so as you come up, either before you come up or after you come up, we'll have you just sign in. Welcome to the table. If you could state your name for the record.
My name is Roy Schweiker, and I'll be happy to sign in to somebody giving you a sheet of paper.
I thought there's one on the table, no?
Right behind you.
Yeah, there's one on the table behind you. We'll have you sign in after you. Yeah. No, just leave it right there.
Okay, what I'd like to say is that every time that the voters in Concord have been asked how they feel about casinos or so forth, in a popular vote, they've always turned it down. There was one with the Keno, I believe, that they said they didn't want Keno in the city, and there was another time that it was a vote as to whether you could have in-person sports betting, and they turned that down also. So I think the general feeling within the city is that they do not want casinos in the city, so I would support this ordinance in terms of you're limiting it to individual charitable organizations. My only concern is that there may be places like, there's a place out on Clinton Street where there are two churches in the same building. So are they going to get 10 nights for each of them, or 10 nights only for the building? And the same thing, the Knights of Columbus, for instance, you know, may not have a building of their own. They may operate out of Catholic churches. Are they going to be able to have their own within that facility where they operate, or is it only one per building? And the other thing I would like to point out is this business about the creating it as a separate thing, I'd like to see you do that in more cases. We had an issue with the zoning board the other night whereby a arena or a casino where people are packed in together set the parking spaces for recreational uses, whereas if you have a health club or a trampoline park, you need far more spaces. So I think you need to look at splitting up the indoor recreation so that the parking spaces more correctly reflect the type of use, because the problem is they approved the trampoline park, and if somebody wanted to put a casino there, if this thing didn't pass, they would be able to do it with very few spaces and impact all the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Mr. Schweiker? Yes.
Thank you. Could we have Tim explain why we could not just prohibit casinos altogether?
Certainly. In recognizing the way New Hampshire's municipalities are allowed to operate, we are not what is considered a home rule state. We're considered a Dillon's rule state, which means that municipalities and local governments are only permitted to do that which the legislature authorizes us to do. In this case, because the state has charitable gaming language in state law, we've essentially been preempted from prohibiting the use within the community, but we can regulate.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schweiker. Who's next? No?
Just to offer a little bit of feedback on Mr. Schweiker's comments. He makes some very good points and about things that need to be fixed regulatory-wise within the community. As you may or may not know, one of the other city council goals for this current council is to look at doing some interim zoning recommendations and changes prior to undertaking a more comprehensive master plan effort. And I can say without any doubt that the parking standards is one of those items that we are going to be taking a look at and moving them hopefully from the zoning ordinance into site plan regulations so that the administration of those becomes a planning board function with waiver abilities rather than having to go to the zoning board for variances.
Okay.
And I will confirm that that is on the list, and the
Yeah.
zoning administrator and I actually have already met on it, so,
Regarding parking.
yes.
Great.
Good.
Parking.
The Schweiker's ahead of his game again.
Yep.
Again. No other questions from the audience regarding this application? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Comments from the board? Anything else from staff? I think we covered it all. So I'm going to make a motion that we, well, what do I need to do? I need to make a motion
The
to...
motion should be for the recommendation on the casino ordinance recommendations that were presented to the planning board, not the originally posted. So it would be the item that says updated.
So it's the
version.
515...
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to City Council the report dated 5/15 with the recommendations outlining the change in the amendment to code ordinance for Title IV, zoning code, Chapter 28, Article 2824, allowable principal and accessory uses in zoning districts, Article 28.5, supplemental standards and glossary. If someone like to make a motion to approve or
Recommend approval to the city
recommended approval to City Council. Thank you.
I will.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. That'll move us on in our agenda. Someone give Earl a whistle and tell him to come on in.
Or not.
Okay, let's read item 8B into, 9B into the record if we could.
9B has been continued.
9B has been
to
continued, I'm
date
sorry.
certain.
That's right, sorry.
Yes,
9B,
that's
all right.
okay.
So let's read item 9C into the record.
9C is Scott Donovan and Warren Street Architects, Inc., on behalf of Pleasant Street Residences, request an amendment to the major site plan approval to not replace window shutters on the exterior of the building at 120 Pleasant Street in the institutional district.
All right, let's get a staff update on this one if we could.
Sure. This is a previously approved project nearing the end of their construction. On June 21st of 2023, this application came before the board for an amendment. And one of the conditions at that time was that shutters be installed on the building as to match what was there before. The applicants are here today to amend the conditions of approval to remove that condition from their project.
I was all set to fight you on this, and I drove up and down that street the other day, and there's an awful lot of houses that don't have shutters on this on the buildings. So welcome to the table. If you could state your names for the record.
Scott Donovan, project architect with Warren Street Architects.
Karen Jansen, Executive Director of the Concord Coalition 10.
Well, welcome back. We've put you through the ringer on this project, and I got to tell you, it looks pretty good. I really commend you guys for finding a way to make it work. I know it wasn't in the cards when we first talked to you the second time and the third time, the fourth time we talked to you, but you know, we did get
perseverance, right?
We did get the point across eventually, and perseverance hopefully has paid off. It looks awful nice in driving by.
And the
so.
chimneys.
And
And
the
chimneys and the
chimneys are
cupola.
there, and
Yeah, we got that.
the cupola is there.
I do have to say that all of the other conditions have been met, so, which included the cupola and chimneys and window trim, window size, and so forth, so.
So about this grass on the front, no, I'm only kidding.
I think we can keep this
No
simple.
porch.
Our major concern throughout this process was keeping it, you know, in the spirit and appearance of the neighborhood, and it is.
You know.
So I think it's kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, I do agree, and again, I had it in my mind until I drove by that we were gonna probably have a little issue, but I don't think that's the case. I don't know if you want to add anything to that or not, but you're just here looking for the approval to go
No,
through
it's
from there.
a really simple request. We just feel that it, as it stands now that it's been
polished up.
renovated, we're about to wrap things up, that it really does blend in with the neighborhood well as it stands, and just wanted to request that we don't put shutters on to
Perfect.
sort of muddy the waters.
Okay. Any other questions from the board to the
I'm
public
just
here?
interested, how did you do the chimneys? Do they go all the way down through?
No.
Just the top?
Just the top.
Okay.
Can't tell you, it's a trade secret.
But they look good.
They look good.
All right, let's see if we get any public testimony. Anyone in the audience wish to have any questions or concerns about this application? Hang tight. Nope? Nope, so we'll close the public hearing. Matt, I think you hit it right out of the gate, so I'll let you take it.
Well, whatever the staff recommendation is, I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we've got before us the recommendation. Well, we'll frame the recommendation that the original plans called for shutters on the window. We will amend those original plans and allow them to consider this project complete from a design perspective.
That's my motion.
That's your motion. I'll second it. How about that, since I read it all in like that? Any further discussion? Yep. Hang on.
The staff report has if you want to reference that as a couple other things, like it's conditioned to all other conditions of approval, so.
With the additional staff recommendations that are in the report.
All the hard work you did.
All the hard work.
Make sure that's included.
Right, so, geez, gotta get me out of practice here. Yeah, so staff recommended the board discuss the determination of findings of fact, which is the information you provided for us tonight, all the data, grant the approval of the amendment request to not require shutters, and remove the June 21st, 2023 Planning Board condition of approval. So that's the motion. Matt, you gonna second? Or you made that motion?
I thought I made it.
You made that motion. And David seconded it. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all set. Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
And if you
Could just sign in
Sign
down
in
there
the
at the
sign-in
bottom,
sheet.
that would be great. All right, let's go to 8D, if we could read that into the record. And again, I've seen some folks coming in and going out. I just want to give you a quick update if you're here regarding items 10A and 10F, which are 388 Loudon Road and 391 Loudon Road. Those items will not be heard tonight, so you can head home. All right, let's go to item 9D, if we could read that into the record.
Okay, Altus Engineering, on behalf of Ryan Tabor, requests an amendment to major subdivision approval for an 8-unit residential condominium development for waiver requests from various sections, section 12.812 and 22, section 16.031 and 16, section 17.03, figure 20-2, and section 29.01 of the subdivision regulations. And this is at 15 Hot Hole Pond Road.
Not gonna lie, I didn't think we'd see you back here for a good long time.
Too early.
All right, if you could state your name for the record?
Ryan Tabor.
All right, Ryan, tell us what's going on here. So you're looking for?
Couple waivers, or a few waivers. Some I've discussed with staff already. There seem to be an agreement, which is positive. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
So looking at a few waivers on the conditionally approved plans. We've kind of gone over it with staff, with Alec and Pete and Anne Marie. Seems to be decent consensus of agreement. There's one pending that doesn't look like they're supporting, which I just want to comment on when I have the opportunity.
Okay, well, we'll give you the opportunity now. So that's figure 20-2, private drive, a private common drive with 3 to 8 units to allow 3 inches of hot bituminous pavement be placed for the common private drive instead of the 4-inch required. Staff does not support that waiver. Tell us why we should.
So there's a contradiction in the detail and then what's allowed per the staff report, per what was commented. So for a common private drive, it's 3 inches hot bituminous compacted pavement, which is a state minimum. A lot of towns in New Hampshire allow 3 inches versus 4 inches compacted. And the other factor on this, and the biggest piece, is this is an association. So once it's built, the association owns, maintains, and oversees that road in its entirety. Maintenance, snow plowing, pothole repairs, any time it has to be dug up, if it actually had to be dug up, anything like that, that's all the association. Concord, the city of Concord has no bearing, there's no cost to Concord on that. So everything is bared on the association. The HOA docs that'll be provided to the city for review will stipulate that as such. That's why I'm requesting the 3-inch versus the 4-inch.
Okay.
And for clarification for the board, yes, there is an inconsistency. The verbiage says one thing and the detail shows something else. There is a provision in the regulations that when there is an inconsistency, the strictest provision applies, thus the request for the waiver.
Okay. So, okay.
From the
I got it, yeah.
4-inch
Yeah,
to
to the 3-inch.
3.
Okay. Questions from the board? Yep.
How would those inconsistencies be corrected?
That is on my list. I'm keeping
Okay.
a running list of things that won't be substantive changes, but things to basically are corrective housekeeping items.
You're 6 months to get through the signs, so
Exactly.
this will be on the list.
The other thing I want to comment too is there's only 8 units on this road, so it's very low traffic.
Yep.
So the chances of the pavement failing in the next 15 years is pretty low.
Okay. Any engineering concerns, Pete, as far as,
So, right, there is an inconsistency, and Mr. Tabor is right in that it's not gonna cost the city theoretically any money in the future. What I'm concerned about is when something goes wrong, whether it's a city road or not, everybody comes to the city.
yeah,
What can you do for us?
Yeah.
And 20 years from now, if something happens to the road, that's what I see happen.
okay.
And I would also add that probably staff, meaning me, to fix the inconsistency, will go with the 4-inch.
Yeah, that
It's
would be
more
my
of a protection for, especially in this situation where it is a condo association, people having done planning for a number of years, people don't realize the expenses involved in being in an association. And I can't tell you the number of times I've had people come to the counter and say, "City, please fix this."
Yeah.
Well, it's a private road, you're going to have to, it provides more protection for the public.
Gotcha. Okay, any other questions from the board? Yep.
Well, I agree with that, and I think it's best practices. I think because of the discrepancy now and it's at his risk, I'm going to not support the staff recommendation.
In support of recommending the waiver be approved?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this? Mr. Swiker, come on up, we'll have you step back, Ryan.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm still Roy Schweiker, and I would like to support the staff on this one. And my reason for that is that, to my mind, looking at this piece of land, if there wasn't such a development frenzy right now, this piece of land probably shouldn't be developed at all, or should be developed far less densely. There's going to be a lot less traffic on this driveway than maybe Main Street, but there's going to be a number of units up there, people going back and forth, deliveries, whatnot. And the 10% grade going into that, the Mount Washington Auto Road is an average of 12% grade. So here we have this driveway that's nearly as steep as the Mount Washington Auto Road. And I think that the cars trying to grind up the hill on that, they're going to be spinning their wheels. It's going to be digging at the pavement. I think that this is a good example of where you should go with thicker pavement. I would say if this was flat, that's less important, but I think there's going to be a lot of chewing up. I think that the first problem is going to be that if they happen to dig through it, there doesn't seem to be a ditch line on this. It goes straight into the road. So anything that comes up is going to wash down the road and wind up on Hot Hill Pond Road. So it is maybe going to be affecting the public if this thing gets chewed up and gravel's washing down the road where the pothole is. And the other thing I would agree with her, you know, if this was a city road, you know, you have a crew that goes out and fixes potholes. The association probably will have no procedure for fixing potholes. So they'll just stare at each other and it'll only get worse. So I'd like to suggest that if you can, you know, in good conscience say that should be 4 inches, it's a really good idea. Because this is going to be a really tough road to, you know, in terms of the spinning wheel going up it and the brakes going down it. So I think that the more pavement, the better. Thank you.
Pavement's better. Thank you. Questions from Mr.
Do I have to
Swiker?
sign it again?
No, you don't. We got you. Question for Mr. Swiker?
No,
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. And I'll hit you with a question for Tim, or
a
engineer.
question for engineering. cars are one thing going up and down that, and that's awful. I agree, it's an awful road. What about the oil truck that weighs, 15 or 18 or 25,000 pounds going on from an engineering standpoint, the difference between 3 and 4 inches is what?
3 inches is probably the minimum for a rural residential road. 4 inches is the pavement we would like to see for anything more than a rural residential road.
Do you have concerns that the oil truck that delivers up there will 3 inches sustain that truck? Or will it bust up the road the first time it goes?
Not the first time. It'll be fine for 10 years, and then after 10 years, it'll start to rot and crack and break down, and then you're going to need maintenance.
Will 4 inches fix that?
Well, it adds life. It adds a little life.
It adds life.
All right.
More than anything. It'll all eventually break down.
Maybe 25%.
Earl?
What is the, do we have an estimate on what the difference in cost is between 3 and 4 inches on a road of this length? I don't know if that's something that Mr. Tabor can answer.
Sure, come on back. Just for the record, you don't have to answer the question regarding cost, but.
There is a substantial cost difference, but that's not why I'm doing it per se. I mean, obviously it helps the project, but to ask the question about the oil truck, I just did a development in Deerfield, 3-inch compacted. I drove an 80,000-pound excavator down a 2-inch binder. It didn't crack, didn't move, and I brought that road up 14 feet. So I brought it up 14 feet in 1-foot lifts, 2-inch binder for a year and a half. Drove machinery down it, trucks, cement trucks, built 6 houses. Road didn't crack. Engineer signed off to pave the wearing course. That's why I'm confident in 3 inches versus a 4 inch. A 4 inch, yeah, it will last longer, but also depends how you maintain the road. So if you have, a bunch of people driving ridiculously up the road, it's, if you're driving with chains or studs up the road, it's going to wear it quicker per se than just regular traffic. But it's very minimal traffic. It's only 8 units. You're going to have, maybe a propane truck once a year, and you'll have a septic truck once a year. Outside of that, you're going to have, just standard cars, SUVs, pickups.
20 Amazon Prime trucks a day.
What was that?
20 Amazon Prime trucks a day.
Yeah.
Or that.
Yeah. Prime,
Alec?
FedEx.
Just for some context for the board as well, the city of Concord places 3 inches of pavement for our sidewalks.
Yeah, good point. Tim?
This is more of an overall waiver recommendation for the board. One of the things that I've noticed in looking at the staff recommendations on the waivers that I'm going to suggest through Matt and I, we go with the planning staff in the future reports. There is a statutory standard you have to meet for a waiver. There are 2 of those that the board can choose from. The first is that strict conformity would pose an unnecessary hardship on the applicant, and the waiver would not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulations. Your other option is that specific circumstances relative to the subdivision or conditions of the land in the subdivision indicate that the waiver will properly carry out the spirit and intent of the regulations. One of those 2 reasons statutorily has to be a reason for granting a waiver.
Okay. Good point. Any other questions from the board? Any other member of the audience have any questions or concerns regarding this application? No? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your testimony. So, what's that?
Do we have to address the other waiver requests, or because
No.
we're in support, we're all set?
That's a good point. So let's leave the public hearing open. I won't close the public hearing, Krista. Leave the public hearing open and look at the other waiver requests. Is there any questions or concerns from the board or from staff regarding the other waiver requests? So again, under 1.1 in your packet, we've got section 1703, building floor plans, which staff is in support of the waiver. 20-2, which I mentioned before, does not support the waiver. And 2901, staff is in support of that waiver for residential sprinklers required. 1208-12, 22, section 1603, to not require wells and septic systems on abutting properties to be shown on the existing conditions or site plan, and again, staff is in support of that waiver. Any concerns from the board regarding those? No? So we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your testimony. Recommendations, again, under the staff recommends the board discuss and determine the findings of fact, the data presented in our packet, as well as the testimony of the applicant and the public. We've got 2.2 is to grant the following additional waivers as part of the amendment request utilizing the criteria from RSA 674-36-2 and 2. And that is again in section 1703, which is the building floor plans, the residential sprinklers, and 1208 on the septic. Would someone like to make a motion to grant those waivers as outlined? You know what? Yeah, so I'm going to do that one first and we'll do the other one second. So 2.2, would someone like to make a motion to grant those waivers as outlined? I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And then 2.3 is to deny the additional waiver request as part of the amendment request due to the fact that the conformance of the City of Concord construct standards promotes consistency, quality, where there is no technical reason to deviate from the standard. And again, that's 20-2, which is private common drive with 3 to 8 units, to allow 3 inches of hot bituminous pavement to be placed for the common private drive instead of the 4 inches required. I'm going to recommend, I'm going to make a motion that we deny that application and require the applicant to use 4 inches.
And
as
may
required.
I
Yes.
add to the motion that it also does not meet one of the 2 criteria from RSA 674-36.
Thank you. That was the reason why I brought it
Yep.
up.
I'll second
So
that.
we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Matt?
Well, based on Tim's information, I'm now going to support denial.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries, so we're going to require you to do that, and it looks like that's it, right? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Oh, well, we need to recommend, this came under the auspices of an amendment.
Okay, sorry, 2.4.
Yeah.
So 2.4, I'm sorry, it's stuck down at the bottom of the page.
Yeah.
Staff recommends approval of the amendment of the conditions of approval for the previous conditionally approved 8-unit condominium cluster development subdivision at 15 Hot Hole Pond, subject to the following conditions, and those are outlined in conditions 1 and 2. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that amendment as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all set. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to item 9E on our agenda tonight.
Okay, Wilcox and Barton, Inc., on behalf of Morrill Mill Pond LLC, requests approval for an amendment to a major site plan and architectural design review to replace the previously approved retail use with a second complementary restaurant to be generally located where the retail building was proposed, with some modifications to the building footprint, parking, and stormwater management systems at 10 Whitney Road in the Industrial District. And essentially, by way of an update, this project has been before you a couple of times with amendments.
Couple of times. That's generous.
Previously, the approval was for, I'll just call it a Walgreens, and Walgreens is kind of put a kibosh on building, so the developers were able to obtain agreement with Chipotle, a drive-up Chipotle that also has seating, but I'll let them explain. Anyway, so the changes are minor. Staff has reviewed it, and for the most part, it meets all of the requirements. They did submit at the yesterday 2 waiver requests for 18.06 to allow for the van accessible space of 19 feet long and 8 feet wide with an access way of 8 feet in width. This again is another discrepancy. The zoning ordinance calls for 1 width and The site plan regulations call for another width, so the stricter applies. The stricter in this case is the site plan regulations. So the only way to address that right now is to request a waiver from the site plan regulation, which is what they're doing, and staff has no problem with that. And then the second waiver is for allowing greater than 0.2 foot candles beyond the property boundary. Their current lighting plan, there are a few places where the foot candles go to 0.3 and 0.4, which is greater than the 0.2 that's allowed. Honestly, staff hasn't really had a lot of time to review this particular waiver request, so I will let the applicant address why they feel it is appropriate.
Just tell you right out of the gate, you got here without Jeff Santa Cruz here for the traffic, and you're damn lucky to not have him here. But welcome to the table. If you guys could state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Erin Lambert. I'm with Wilcox and Barton. We're the site civil engineer.
Laurie Rossio, with Moral Mill Pond, the developer.
And David Rossio, Moral Mill Pond. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Well, tell us
We've
about
missed
this. Tell us about this.
It's been a while.
Tell us about this newest project.
Yes, you have a long agenda, so we are going to keep it brief and limit it to the changes that are made. So you're familiar with the site plan. You've seen it in a few iterations. So as Anne Marie mentioned, the retail that was previously permitted on the south end of the site has been changed to a 2,300 square foot restaurant. Basically, that retailer is no longer building units out, and so the Rossios found another complementary use. So there are other sites in our area, and Larry can talk more, but these are very complementary uses. So it's a Chipotle that they're proposing. So it required a few variances. They were granted those variances from the zoning board at the April 3rd meeting. So it's a little bit closer to the road. It has a 38-foot front yard rather than 50. It's a restaurant, and they were granted a variance to have a restaurant with a drive-through in the industrial district. We have 27 parking spaces where 31 are required, and the drive-through has 5 stacking spaces. This is an interesting new model for them. So just to give the board a little bit of context, this is different than a traditional drive-through in that it doesn't have an order window, and they're not paying at the window. It is strictly a pickup window. So all of the orders would be placed ahead of time, and thus that was a compelling reason to only need 5 stacking spaces or queuing spaces rather than the typical 11. Because this is a restaurant, it did require more parking. And so you can see that that's predominantly what changed. Based on the last site plan that was approved, this building is slightly smaller. I gave it to you on the screen just in context, but the parking that's surrounding to the west and to the south is really what's new or different from the last iteration. As Anne Marie mentioned, we do have 2 waiver requests, and I just wanted to call your attention to the first one. Basically, oops, let me see if I can zoom in for you because it's really... So within ADA, the first parking space, the one on the left, is always required to be van accessible. It means it needs to have 16 feet in total. ADA accepts that to either be divvied up as an 8-foot aisle and an 8-foot parking space, or an 11-foot parking space with a 5-foot aisle. It appears that within our ordinances it's inconsistent, but I just wanted to let you know within ADA law, both are acceptable. So in this case, the reason we're asking for a waiver is that the 8-foot aisle allows them to really continue the pedestrian corridor. This site is unique in that it has 2 users on it, and we want to provide pedestrian connectivity. If somebody has parked at one of them, we don't want them to need to get into their car to safely get to the other venue. And so as you can see on the screen, I've highlighted the aisle in yellow. If that were to be an 11-foot space, the aisle would necessarily have to be narrower to the bottom of the screen. So it would just make for a less easy route for pedestrians. So that's the reason for our request for that waiver. Do you have any questions before I move on?
There was no better way to do the trash enclosure than the little... was that on the other plan?
That's what you're going to pick on me for?
I'm just going to hit you on that right out of the gate.
The site is rather busy and occupied.
So just for the record, it's right below the orange.
It is right below
Kind of
the
that
orange.
cockeyed thing that doesn't
Yeah.
fit in the right spot, okay.
It will be fully enclosed. It will be blocked. You're going to see white vinyl fence, not the trash dumpsters, I promise you. Yes, we did have to strategically locate that while providing enough parking. So that was a
And be able to get a truck in and get
and be
out.
able to get a truck in and out. Yes, exactly.
So you're gonna, so again, just for clarification, so coming into the site, the existing building, which is a coffee shop.
The coffee shop is under construction
Coffee
currently.
shop is under construction, so you come in on the right-hand side and you go right down in front of the coffee shop.
Exactly.
Right in front of the exit area for their drive-through.
Correct.
Spin around the last end of that and then either park in front or go in and pick up, spin around the back of the building, come out. If I'm not mistaken, that's exactly the same as the approved plan with a few little minor tweaks to the drive-through.
Yeah, not to complicate it further, but because the site is in construction, previously the parking lot between the one-way drive coming down the page and the retail, or now Chipotle, used to be one way only going up.
Right.
And because of the way the
Oh, yeah.
facility operates,
Okay.
we needed to have that be two-way, so that if somebody's order for some reason isn't correct or isn't ready, they pull around, they come in and they park. And they previously wouldn't have been able to do that because it wouldn't have allowed them to circulate back in.
Okay.
That was administratively approved already because we're in construction and that parking is shared by the two users. So because Starbucks is under construction, the Rossios met with planning and engineering, and that has already been approved.
Okay.
But that's a great question. Other than that, everything else about the site is the same.
And the sidewalks and the walkability and all that.
All that is the same. It's just the
Same.
doors were slightly different, so you might see the ADA spaces, but they were where they need to be. They're the first spaces proximate to the door.
Doesn't change screening or
Nope.
sight lines driving back behind the building now for trees or anything like that.
Nope, I was just gonna say the landscape plan has been updated because some things are slightly different. So the plantings have been adjusted to accommodate the changed parking. We previously had a bioretention area in front of the building.
Yeah.
I would say that had to change given the fact that the building is forward so that we could provide that 5-car queue. The previous pickup window only required 2-car queue. And so what you'll notice is different from this. There is additional impervious beyond the last application because of the increase in pavement, but all of that water is going to be directed to a second new underground stormwater gallery, which is the light blue box that you see. So the building still connects to the original one that we're building next to Starbucks, but this one is intended to capture all the water from the additional impervious and infiltrate it on site. So we continue to have a match or a decrease in runoff from the site.
The site slopes away from that.
It does. It slopes away from Whitney Road to the back. There's a large retaining wall, and then it goes down to the wetland. Yep.
Okay.
So just to give you a little bit of background on the waiver request, I'm trying to find my lighting plan. So as we stated in our request, we are not exceeding the lighting levels on the side or the rear of the property. It's only along the Whitney Road right away, and it's predominantly at the entrance. The reason for that is we want to provide safe lighting levels, and it often the streets, and in this case, Whitney Road does have its own street lighting. And so having those light levels not dip down and then go back up, we don't have a dark spot there. So the lighting is designed to provide.
Hang on just a sec. So I just want to clarify something because in our packet, it's no waiver requests. So we don't have any waiver requests in our packet. So, and I know she said you submitted a waiver request, 2 waiver requests.
2 waiver requests.
Okay.
Correct.
And I have language
Yeah.
to go either way.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. So I have both of them if you want me to talk about them in a little bit more detail. But we are specifically asking for a waiver to section 29.07 to allow for greater than 0.2 foot candles beyond the property. We are meeting that requirement along the side and the rear property lines. It's only in a couple of discrete locations along Whitney Road that are in the vicinity of the driveway. So if you're looking at the plan that I have, that I've zoomed in, you can see those .2s and those .4s. So that is at the driveway.
Excuse me, which page are you looking at?
No, it's
This
not
one?
in, it's not.
No, the
it's
lighting
not in
plan.
there.
Yep.
It is in the packet, and that's it.
Is that C7, well, where was I?
And you do have to really zoom
It's
in
near
to
the
see the
back.
little numbers.
Yeah, I don't know the number. I apologize because it's
Lower
not.
right corner?
It's on the letterhead of the, it's in the, if you go down the plan set, it's either before or after the landscape plan.
It's after. The one with the purple lines on it,
Yeah,
right?
yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
All the little, that's
Yeah,
it.
that's
Yeah.
This one here.
So it's page
20.
20 of 24 in your packet.
And if you zoom in right here, you can see the.
So the
few
incursion
places
over into
that
the
have-
buffer.
Yeah, the .4, .6, so it goes over the .2 that's allowed.
And is that to the back of the site? No, that's, which?
That's on Whitney Road.
It's on
That's
Whitney
to the
Road.
Whitney Road side, okay.
And this happens at a lot of driveways. I mean, if we think about a lot of our main public roads that have their own streetlights, and then you drive in, there's not a drop in lighting levels as you leave the public right away and drive into a commercial property, which is similar to what you're seeing here.
So let me
demonstrated.
ask a future, and again, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but, so where it ticks over onto Whitney Road, which isn't a bad thing, it's dark over there anyways, what's across from this driveway in the future? I mean,
There's actually a pond, a
okay,
retaining,
so nothing,
yeah.
no other light emitting from the other side of
well,
this?
actually, on the other side of the Starbucks is the Concord Hospital Urgent
Right.
Care.
That's the back of it though, right, isn't it?
It is the back side of it, but at that corner of Interchange Drive and Whitney Road, there's a crosswalk
Yeah.
that leads from the Starbucks to the urgent care.
Yeah.
We were asked when we did the urgent care project to add a street light over the crosswalk, to add it to our pole so that literally making the light go off our site and onto the road.
Okay.
So we have that in our plan.
Okay,
So we're kind of asking for a similar thing where we're just adding more light to Whitney Road.
yeah, which isn't, I don't think, a bad thing, okay.
Right, just so you folks are aware also, there's a street light,
Yeah.
which is on the east side of Whitney Road, directly across from this proposed Chipotle development.
Okay. On the other side?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, Aaron, go ahead.
No, you're good. So that was what I wanted to just help you understand where and what, what you're looking at in your
Yep,
plan. So I
yep.
realize there's a lot of circles. What we do is the lighting consultant has a light and then they model the light levels. So as they go out from the light, they necessarily decrease. And so in addition to the bubbles you see, they also on a grid list what the light levels are. And so that's where you see at the driveway and at the sidewalk there, as Anne Marie mentioned, in the, the .4 range where .2 is required. But again, on the south side and on the side, they are at or below the required limits.
Okay.
Do you need me to give you any more information on our waiver request
Now,
regarding
the van requirement, so the van accessible requirement, space of 19 feet long and 8 feet wide,
Correct.
with access way of 8 feet in width. And you're proposing what?
We're proposing a parking space that's 8 feet wide with an aisle that's 8 feet wide.
Between the two parking spots, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the regulation, in the site plan regulation, requires 11 feet. The zoning ordinance only requires 8.
But they're both ADA.
Correct.
ADA
They're both
recognizes
ADA
both.
Okay. Good?
I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? No? Remember, the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Everybody's here for.
Wondering the same thing.
What?
Wondering the same
Yeah.
thing.
Okay, so again, in your packets, under this project, just for the record, we've got 3.1, no waivers requested. The waivers that are outlined here on 7.3 and 4 will be added into our final, into the final packet here. But they're not in your, they're not in your packet. So again, using the testimony we heard here tonight, the packets of information as our findings of fact, we're going to go through and look at this. 7.2 is to grant architectural design review amendment approval as submitted. Would someone like to make a motion to grant architectural design review amendment approval as submitted?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 7.3 will be, 7.3 is to grant the waiver request for section 1806 to allow for a van accessible space of 19 feet long and 8 feet wide with an access way of 8 feet in width using RSA 674-44-3E2 and section 3608 of the site plan regulations. And again, where an 8-foot aisle is 11-foot aisle is recommended. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver waiver request as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 7.4 is to grant the waiver request of 2907 to allow for greater than 0.02 foot candles beyond the property boundary using RSA 674-44-3E2 and section 3608 of the site plan regulations. And again, you saw that data hopefully on the plan set. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver request as outlined?
So moved.
Second. Oh, okay.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Everything else is the same on here, right? So we'll make this 7.5 on your agenda, is to grant approval for the major site plan amendment for the construction of a 2,325 square foot restaurant subject to the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1 through 11 and subsequent conditions 1 through 6. Would someone like to make a motion to grant approval of the major site plan amendment? So moved.
Second.
Motion's made, seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You are all set. Thank you very much.
You can go rip the duct tape off.
That's it.
Jeff Sanders.
Setbacks.
Tied to a pole.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to section 10 in our agenda tonight. And again, in their packet here, we have 10A and 10F will not be heard, so we'll move past 10A right on to 10B. If we could read 10B into the record.
Okay.
10A.
Aaron Lambert and Wilcox and Barton Inc. on behalf of Fred and Murdy Potter, 125 NSS LLC, 20 Franklin Street, Concord LLC, and 10 Bradley Street LLC, request approval for a minor site plan application for the expansion of an office building. And this is at 125 North State Street in the Neighborhood Residential District.
All right, let's get a staff update on this if we can.
Okay, this is one that I'll just say, this is a minor site plan application, so the first thing we'll need is to determine that the application is complete or incomplete, and then development of regional impact, and then declare the public hearing open.
Okay, so we have a determination of completeness component. Staff has found the application complete, not a development of regional impact. Would someone like to make a motion to find the application complete, not a development of regional impact, and open the public hearing?
So moved.
Motion's made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Public hearing's open. Welcome to the table. If you could state your names for the record again.
Good evening, I'm Erin Lambert with Wilcox and Barton.
Fred Potter.
Welcome back to the table. Tell us a little bit about this project if you could.
All right, so thank you. This is a site plan that many of you are going to be familiar with, but I know that not everybody was on the board when this was initially permitted, so I will go through the details. So the property is located at 125 North State Street. We were before you last month for a lot line adjustment, and I just wanted to pull that into the context of the site plan application. So again, we're 125 North State Street. The property borders Franklin and North State Street. And basically a 1/4 acre of land was subdivided off the back of 2022 Franklin and Bradley and added to 125 North State Street. So the site plan application before you this evening reflects that subdivision or that lot line adjustment. So the property is now 1.1 acres or 51,000 square feet. from what was last before the planning board for approval. That is the only change to the site plan. And what that means is there's an existing building that you see in brown, and there is a 2,035 square foot, 3-story office addition. One of the main features of that is an elevator. It allows full ADA access through the building, which doesn't exist today. There's a stair tower, an external stair tower to the north that's in disrepair. And this project not only replaces that eyesore, but it also provides accessibility to all the floors. I will zoom in a little bit here for you. So basically, the property already has a parking lot. What you see in light gray is existing. The reason part of it is in gray is that we're going to remove that pavement, do a little bit of grading in order to provide access down to the lower level of the addition. The dark gray is the only new pavement that's being added, and the orange is the building addition. All of this is exactly the same as was presented to the board and was approved in June of 2022. The architectural elevations associated with this addition are dated May 25th of 2022. They were recommended to be approved by the Architectural Design Review Board, and they were approved by this planning board in that same approval. We're here tonight. We would have just been here for a site plan modification because of the additional land that is now part of this property as a result of the lot line adjustment. In full disclosure, we did not complete the precedent conditions. So while we were here in June of 22 and would have only been here for an extension, we were unable to satisfy all the precedent conditions in time, and so it expired. But with that being said, all of the design elements remain the same. The landscaping is as was presented in June of 22, so there is a rather robust buffer that we're planning to plant on the north side of the property. There is an outdoor patio with plantings around it, and this 3-story building addition was pared back from the original proposal by 125 North State Street, and that was through a lot of discussions with the Architectural Design Review Committee specifically. One of the things that I presented in 2022, but I'll repeat here on the record, is just to give you a little bit of background. So 125 North State Street is located just south of what's now Rollins Court. It was previously St. Peter's Church. And so this neighborhood had the unique feature of having a large parking lot behind St. Peter's, so some of which was on the Rollins Court property. But 125 North State Street had a driveway that went through. And there's also parking behind 20 and 22 Franklin Street that all used to comprise the parking that we associated with St. Peter's Church. So when Rollins Court was being developed, 125 North State Street, Fred Potter and John Chorlian, the developer of Rollins Court, worked together because they needed to, inevitably disconnect that drive-through parking and deal with a lot of stormwater issues that arose because water was just kind of free-flowing through the properties with no easements in place. And so what they did was they solidified a lot of agreements. Those included drainage easements, a landscape easement, as well as, there's one other thing. And so I know that you received a letter from the abutters, and I just wanted to sort of explain how the drainage works and how it's consistent with the easement that was put in place. So if you're looking at the plan that's on the screen, and I apologize, the colors are never as vibrant as they are on mine. But basically there's a catch basin CB1, which is in the upper left corner of the existing parking lot that exists today. The green pipe that leaves also exists today. It was put in as part of the Rollins Court development. And that goes to a detention system, which was intentionally upsized to account for this redevelopment. And it's documented in the easement. There's an underground detention system that had an allocation for 3,500 square feet of additional impervious. So it was built into the design, it was paid for by the applicant, and it's explained and detailed in the easement. It's a little bit confusing, and I just wanted to explain there's two aspects of it. So there's runoff. There's surface runoff from the roof and from parking lots, and that is only allowed to go to CB1, and it specifically goes to that underground detention, which was designed for that specific runoff. And so that's what you see in blue. So there's a series of catch basins that capture surface runoff. There's a light blue line that represents the roof drain, and that all connects to CB1. In addition to that, because there's high groundwater in the area, there's a foundation drain. And if you look in the upper corner, I'm sorry, I just left the page. Sorry, let me zoom in. This green line is an existing 4-inch foundation drain that was intentionally brought to the property line with the purpose of accepting a foundation drain in the future. This red dashed line that I've highlighted is the proposed foundation drain from the addition. So as you can see, there is no runoff, surface runoff being directed to the foundation drain. We're respecting the fact that those are two different systems and they need to be designed differently. An under drain is exactly what you're picturing. It's a French drain, it's underground, it lowers groundwater in times of high seasonal groundwater, but it doesn't accept runoff from a roof or from a parking lot. And so those are two items that I just wanted to clarify. The other thing that I'll show you, I highlighted on the screen in green, that's the landscape easement that there's also been a little bit of discussion about. And so that landscape easement is solidified in the same easement document between Rollins Court and 125 North State Street. At this time, this is all that the site plan encompasses. I know when we were talking about the lot line adjustment, 125 North State Street would like to have that land for future expansion of solar, so they could have solar on their property, which supports the 125 North State Street office building. At this time, that is not part of the approval or the request. At such time as they want to build that, it would require its own site plan approval, at which time we would look at the additional impervious and how we would control stormwater runoff. That is the general gist of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Alrighty. Questions from the board?
It's spring. You can feel it in the air.
It's spring. You can feel it in the air.
Feel it in the air.
That's not a question?
Oh. Would you believe?
Okay. Thank you for your public, thank you for the testimony. We'll open it up for public hearing. Who'd like to come up? I guess this gentleman would like to come up.
Could we remind everyone to please sign in on the sign-in sheet?
Sign in going out, yeah. For the record, I'm Chris Bolt, Donahue Tucker Chandela here for the Rollins Court abutters, who are primarily the front row and a couple others. If they wish to stand to be recognized, great. But they are, for the record, Millie Dustin, Bonnie Catcher, Ward Cooper, Holly Cooper, John Roxby, Felice Burson, Ron and Maureen Oliver, and Millie LaFontaine. Mr. Chairman, we appreciate the opportunity to be with you. I also appreciate Aaron's reference to the document that I attached as Exhibit B to my letter. And we're using the same document, but we, oddly enough, read it differently. My Exhibit A is the equivalent of a blow-up of her slide on screen to try to give you an idea of Thank you. Because by this, by the details of this, there are creation of 4 new catch basins that do not currently exist. And the documentation that was agreed to by Mr. Potter and the then developer, John Chorlian, for these 2 properties creates a limitation on the part of what 125 North State Street can use, because there is that underground stormwater retention basin on the Rollins Court property. You just saw one on Aaron's earlier plans for the Chipotle restaurant, those blue rectangles, or the underground retention basin. And the purpose of those is to create a basin where the water can go to collect, slow down, infiltrate into the ground, and in this case, when it gets overfilled, it then flows out off-site. What we are asking for originally in our letter was, don't see the stormwater management plan that is referenced in the Wilcox materials. There's not a narrative that is referenced on page 2, or bottom of page 1 rather, of the Wilcox filing that you have in the application. We'd like to see that. The calculations are important because we need to know how much water is coming off. We also contend that the timing of the easement for the 3,500 square feet is before Mr. Potter already expanded the existing structure by putting in the conference room that has about 900 square feet. So the concern we have is the detail that is given in the agreement that both sides agree that's it. We discussed it when it was the boundary line adjustment provision. We're discussing it now. We all agree that's the document. But we are disagreeing that they get to do what they're wanting to do because of that document. Specifically, the document expressly excludes the right to tie in roof drains to anything coming into CB1 or the foundation drain going out. For those of you who don't know, and I didn't know before this case, foundation drains are really to get the seepage. If you come in if something's sweeping in the walls, if something's coming up through the cement and the basement, you have a foundation drain to get rid of that so you don't keep the water creating a swimming pool. A roof drain is taking the water that's hitting the roof. Normally it would go into the ground if there was no building, but it's capturing it, channeling it into a gutter, and putting it somewhere. If things are falling on the ground or not collected with a gutter, they come along the edge of a building. They infiltrate either in a drip trench or they drain out along the ground, through the yard, whatever. Remember, this property has a number of, I would say, fairly massive trees that are acting as the water sponges for the area. This project is taking those trees down, and we flag the site plan provision in my letter that causes a little bit of concern there. But our major concern is getting too much water into this system through channelization. That was not the intention of the agreement. It's expressly set forth in my letter which passages, beginning on page 3 of the document, are in violation by this project. We ask you to slow this one down. Basically, have the applicant come back with the stormwater management plan and calculation to show us and your city engineer that this is in compliance. Otherwise, they need to create another retention basin or another stormwater retention under the parking lot to slow things down. And that's not part of your plan, and we're asking that that be so. Additionally, we are concerned with the landscaping that is currently proposed. If you look at the last page of their plan, the landscaping plan, the new plants are relatively small, which is not, I believe, in keeping with the actual letter of the zoning ordinance if these were two, a commercial property and a residential property in a property segregated zone. You have a specific provision in your zoning ordinance for when those two zones meet up. This is not such a zone. This commercial property is in the neighborhood residential zone. What we're asking is consider that provision as at least should be in spirit applicable here so that we have some more buffer, particularly along the parking lot area, which is, as our read of the plan, is they're regrading it to come up so that those the traffic that is in that parking lot will shine across our common area into the cottages that are immediately there, the other side of the fence. So we're asking you to consider the landscaping applicable as if it's a commercial zone next to the residential zone, and help give us that buffer the zoning ordinance desires. Finally, we don't have a lighting plan. That is obviously something that's very important. Other plans have required it. We ask that that be there, particularly since this is going to be a significant high building, 3 stories plus, that is much closer to the common boundary line than the existing Old Victorian is. So we need to know what the lighting's going to be, and we would ask that those provisions not just simply be a condition of approval for staff to handle in the ordinary course, but to be something that comes back to you so we can have a bit of say in it. I believe I've covered all the points. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
So, thank you very much for your testimony. So what does the stormwater plan get you? So if it's not here tonight, what does it get you? A look and an understanding, but again, under the guise that they're not going to break a regulation, drain something into a stormwater drain that's not designed for that or not meant to be there. So if a stormwater plan comes back, what does that give you?
It gives us the opportunity for us to have our engineer take a look at it and confirm, does it comply with the regulations, and more importantly, does it comply with this agreement and the provisions thereof? Because the terms of the agreement are very specific. What can't go in is the roof.
Yep.
What sounds like it's going in is the roof.
Okay. Okay. Questions from the board? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you kindly for your time.
Okay, any other questions from the audience? No? Okay, come on back up. Okay, so you heard Mr. Bolt's testimony.
Yep, so
feel
we
free.
do have a full stormwater report. It was provided in 2022. It hasn't changed, so everyone that reviewed it in 2022 has seen it. We would happily provide it. We didn't receive this request until 3:30 this afternoon, so there was not adequate time for me to provide a copy of that. I'm happy to do so, but it is the same report that was provided to everybody and reviewed by engineering in 2022 when this was, again, previously approved. I just wanted to walk through a couple of different points of clarification. So the easement document breaks out the agreement into the landscape easement, which you see in green, and then it has a drainage easement and it has an easement for the foundation drain. So it does specifically differentiate between. And we do agree that nothing is allowed to be connected to the foundation drain except another foundation drain. One thing I should mention is when this was going on, I was not the engineer for 125 North State Street. I was in fact the engineer for Rollins Court. I worked for John Chorlian and Rollins Court. Novus Engineering at that time was representing Fred Potter and 125 North State Street LLC, and we collaborated on this design solution. So the design plans for Rollins Court have an allocation, a set aside for an additional 3,500 square feet of development to be allowed to be conveyed to CB1. Inevitably, that would be through either roof drains or surface drainage, but it does not preclude roof drains from going to that. It does preclude anything like that from being connected to a foundation drain. So one thing, so let me just go through the easement just to provide a little bit of context to what I'm saying. Rollins hereby grants to 125 North State Street a drainage easement to allow A, 125 North State Street parking lot stormwater to be collected in new CB1 and then flow into the Rollins Court drainage system. B, 125 North State Street overflow stormwater to flow onto the Rollins lot. In addition, Rollins hereby grants a drainage easement to allow foundation drains exclusively serving the existing building or future buildings. And then it goes into a little bit of detail.
It says, or future buildings?
Or future buildings, right.
Without any requirements as far as size or, okay?
It does just say that the condition that such foundation drains may only collect groundwater and infiltrated roof runoff. So meaning if it fell down a drip edge and migrated through the soil. So it's not a direct piped connection, which our plan does not do. And then it says, except as provided below, stormwater flow from 125 North State Street onto the Rollins lot, either overland or into the new Rollins drainage system, may not be increased or otherwise altered. Notwithstanding, 125L should not be allowed to alter or increase the stormwater flow onto the Rollins lot by the additional stormwater allowance and deliver such additional stormwater, provided that the additional stormwater allowance is the amount of additional stormwater generated by 3,500 square feet of additional impervious surface, parentheses, buildings, asphalt, or other impervious material. Any increased or altered stormwater flow shall substantially be collected and delivered to the new Rollins drainage system by way of connection to CB1. 125 North State Street may allocate some or all of its additional stormwater to stormwater flowing onto the lot. So basically, the stormwater report documents what the existing condition was at the time that that allocation was agreed upon, and shows that not more than 3,500 square feet of additional runoff is running to that. One point of clarification, it's not an infiltration gallery, it is in fact just storage. And the way it is designed is that the water from Rollins Court gets to the system first and flows out to North State Street. The North State Street drainage system is undersized, and so it was designed to make sure that it didn't have, we handled the backflow that happens in large storm events. So the gallery that's there is strictly for storage, and it was designed to accept this water from 125 North State Street and hold it. So there's actually a restriction, and it flows out afterwards. But it was designed for this, and the stormwater report documents that, for what it's worth. So I just wanted to share that.
Quick question on that.
Yeah.
And it's all gravity based?
It is all gravity.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, so the restriction is just because the outlet is smaller and it meters it out over time, allowing the water from Rollins Court to leave, and that this water flows out second.
Okay, lighting plan?
Yeah, thank you.
May I make a couple comments?
Sure.
One is, we will honor all the easements. I feel sometimes when I'm here in this context, it's no good deed gets unpunished. We were granted the right, as you see by Attorney Bolt's letter, to build a bigger building. We scaled it back and moved it away from the lot line over months of negotiations, literally hundreds of thousands of dollars of redesign costs to get it to where it is now. And that work included the plantings that were requested and the lighting that was requested, all of which has been through this planning board, all of which has been through architectural design review. We're now looking, as you can see by their own letter, with a smaller building. We will honor all the easements. If there's a contract complaint, we'll be glad to resolve that, and I think that's the way to do it. This stormwater plan was a massively expensive project. This went over scores of hearings among the zoning board, the planning board, architectural design review, involving 125 North State Street, the Roman Catholic Bishop of Manchester, the old, and he at the time owned the former Governor Rollins mansion, which we now own as well. And this was a carefully balanced program to permit this dense housing development to be plopped down between these prior existing buildings. And we designed, we actually didn't design it, we hired outside people that were agreed to between John and myself to design to engineering specs and to satisfy the city as to all the details of the stormwater impacts of what was being done. Primarily, they were a result of the building of Rollins Court, which was putting a lot of residences with basements into this area that formerly had the St. Peter's Church, which historically flooded during the high water seasons in the basement. All of that was remedied at considerable cost. We actually contributed $100,000 of cash and value to this project. All of that was settled years ago. And now, as a result of trying to accommodate some changes to step back the building, we go through this again. However, kindly be remembered that all of this was before you in 2022, and we're now dealing with a timing issue. We're not asking for anything more. It's the same stuff that was reviewed now 3 times, and now we're asking for it again. We will honor the easements.
And there's a lighting plan?
The only thing I would say with the lighting is there's no new lighting proposed on the site. If you look here in the middle of the, so that gray is already there. Like I said, we're just regrading it. So I think the reason we didn't have a lighting plan submitted is there's no new lighting. There'll be just lights at the doors, but the lighting of the parking lot, there's no new light poles proposed, so it's as it exists today.
There are, I think there are 2 external doors, and they do have lights right at the door.
Right at the door.
And those were worked out with the Rollins Court neighbors when we went through the redesign. They're all below the existing level of the existing fence, which is between the two properties on the Rollins Court land. There's no elevation that's going to take car lights over the fence.
So these projects all run together in my brain, and I can't remember how long Rollins Court has been there, but Rollins Court was there when you originally proposed these changes and went through this change in 2022, right?
Correct,
It
but
was
it was
already
not there when we had the larger
originally
building approved before that.
prior to that.
And we agreed to scale it back
Right.
out of recognition of some of the neighbors' concerns, but it wasn't enough.
Okay. Earl?
The tree removal that Mr. Bolt mentioned, is that still in the plan? And the reason for that, if it is, please.
Yep, so there are a couple of trees that interfere with the new building footprint, so we have certainly preserved trees to the maximum extent practicable, and the change in land is reflected in the drainage model. So the fact that it's going from a tree to the roof is part of that impervious calculation. But certainly, many of the perimeter trees, you can see there's a few that are right in the setback, and we worked hard with our grading to preserve those. And where there's a gap left, we've infilled that with proposed plantings. And I know at the time we were talking about it being evergreens that would grow quickly and tall. So there's going to be a fence there that will provide that visual buffer, and the landscaping will supplement that as quickly as it can. But there are a few trees, the only ones that are coming down are ones that we were unable to preserve either in the building footprint or with the grading necessary to create the building footprint.
So you do have a mitigation plan?
We do. It's all included in the pre and post model reflects the change in the landscaping.
But again, just for the record, this plan was all approved, everything was done, changes were made to scale it back, and now we're back at the table. I mean, you've got a plan here that there's no waiver request, there's no conditional use permits requested, there's nothing other than just scaling back the project from what you got approved.
The project actually isn't scaled back
Not
from what was
scaled back.
approved.
This is
what
as it was
approved.
scaled back the
Right.
last time we saw you a couple years
It
ago.
expired back,
Expired,
so you're
correct.
here
So this is a
again.
new, yeah, exactly. I do have to acknowledge that I was late in reading staff's comments, and you do have a waiver request in front of you just for the location and the vicinity plan. They don't explicitly comply with the regulations, and so those provide some context. But all of that is easily accessible with city GIS and the detail that's on existing conditions plan.
Okay. Other questions? Did I see your hand, Matt? No? Okay.
No.
David?
Just a quick clarification. When we approved this a couple years ago, we talked at length about the fire escape that's on the right, the north side of the
Correct.
building. And we were replacing that with an elevator shaft. There was a lot of comment on that. But the attorney alluded to the fact that the footprint of what I see now when I drive by, the wooden structure, the footprint of the elevator addition is the same, correct?
No.
No.
I'm not sure if I'm
Same as
understanding
what
your
you
question.
see, or they're the same as what was
You haven't
permitted?
expanded that from the original, I guess my question,
Not
from
changed.
2022 when we approved this.
No change from there, but the 2022 plan is a smaller building to what was approved earlier by this planning board and the zoning. We scaled back to accommodate some requests from the neighborhood, so that is smaller, but there's no change between that one and this one.
Okay.
But that does replace that elevator stair tower with the stair tower, which we've shored up meanwhile, with both an elevator, which provides 4-floor accessibility going down to the basement, and an office building that makes the economics work.
That's the one I'm familiar with.
Right, that would be
Okay.
the one you're
All
thinking
right.
about.
The
No change.
architectural elevations that are dated May 25th of 2022 are the same elevations that are part of this
My
application.
conversation is just pure recollection
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
what we talked about, and that
Okay.
was a point that a lot of people made from the butter.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good, Matt?
I'll save it for staff later.
Okay. Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? Yep, come on up.
For the record again, Chris Bolt. I wanted to address Mr. Fox's question. My comment on the expansion of the footprint is based on the fact that this easement is dated October of 2019. If you look, the curved bump out on the lower side, the Franklin side of the property. That is a new structure that was approved in 2020 after the easement documentation and its 3,500 square feet limitation is put into place. So that our contention is, and that we give you the certificate of occupancy that has the history on it, is my Exhibit C. We're saying your concern is the elevator, or the stairwell, which is on the upper side of the property.
It's the north.
The north, so that you have, what we're saying is, the existing building has changed already. They've used some of their 3,500. And so this configuration doesn't comply, is our concern. And that's why we asked staff on Monday, where's this stormwater amendment narrative? And it's my understanding we didn't have one. I hear today that was a reference to something in 2022 that I don't have. So.
But again, my point is everything has been approved. I mean, everything that we're looking at has, there's very little substantive changes that are going to change anything.
But if you remember, we have the Harborside versus Portsmouth case, where an approved plan, which was the basis of the Harborside v. Parade case for a complex in downtown Portsmouth, had to come back for approval because they changed something or didn't comply with the prior approvals. That allowed the abutter to come back in and have a second bite at the apple. We're here raising our issues because they're coming back and they don't have an approval. It's as if they didn't have the prior approval. They're coming to you before. Now they're pulling the whole file over. It makes sense for economic reasons and judicial economy, but I get my bite at the apple and don't get the, yeah, but we approved it already as a dispositive determination would be my position.
Okay.
Any other
Yes,
questions for me?
from Mr. Bolt?
Yes, a question.
Yes,
So
sir.
it doesn't, does it give you any comfort that the developer has said that they will honor all existing easements?
I am professionally paranoid.
Okay, thank you.
We have a plan. This plan is being approved. This plan doesn't have quite the detail of what is or is not a roof drain, is or is not coming into catch basin 1 at that corner. That's where our concern is.
Getting down in the weeds here. I just.
But the weeds are what a planning board deals
That's fine.
with.
That's not what we're here. We need to move on. So, any other questions for Mr. Bolt?
I just wanted to say that I think that anybody can violate an easement, then you're
Yeah,
not in court. And that could be in any condition in any application, any agreement. So you could end up in court if he doesn't.
Again,
If he doesn't.
Yeah, I just don't see what delaying it's going to benefit. But thank you very much for your testimony. I'll give you one more shot, Aaron, and then we're going to close it up.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing. So when the variances were applied for and approved in March of 2019, the project at that time was conceived of as moving forward together. So it did show this conference room addition, and it showed an addition to the north, and those were in the plan. And so when we were working with Novus Engineering on the plans for 125 North State Street, they had both. They had both a building addition to the north with this elevator tower, and they had the conference room. At that time, due to finances, one moved forward and the one to the north stayed as more of an outline. But the stormwater report, and I apologize that I don't have it for the applicant, but I didn't receive the request until 3:30 this afternoon. It does reflect all of that in there. But just so you know that when we were working on this for the design of Rollins Court, both the conference room addition and this addition were both conceived of. And I guess I offer proof of that in that they were both on the zoning application plans in March of 2019.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to close the public hearing. Any other comments from staff or? No. Any other comments or questions from the board? So again, we've got a waiver request that needs to be added in, and
Just a
I'll
quick
get there.
thing, Richard,
I'll get there
for
in a
the
second.
record. So you're not unwilling to provide the stormwater report. You will do that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So again, in our packets, there is a waiver request. So I'm going to take that one first, and then we'll go to the next.
Can we do the
Yep.
findings first?
Yep. So again, we're using as our findings of fact is the information that's been presented tonight, the public testimony we heard, the packet info that we've got from staff to use as our findings of fact. And again, based on that, we've got a waiver request that was not in your packet. So for, it's going to screw up your numbering here. So 7.2 is going to be a granting of the waiver request from Section 1204 Location Plan and Section 1205 Vicinity Plan of the Site Plan Regulations using criteria RSA 674-44 3E2 and Sections 3608 of the Site Plan Regulations to not provide the location and vicinity plans as required, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver request as outlined? I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And again, so 7.3 is now granting minor site plan approval for the 3,152 square foot addition as shown in the submitted materials, subject to the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1 through 25, and subsequent conditions 1 through 8. No additions or changes to that, based on what we've heard, right?
Correct.
Nope. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that minor subdivision approval as outlined? I'll make that motion to grant the minor subdivision approval for the 3,152 square foot addition as shown.
Site plan.
Pardon me?
Site plan.
Site plan, yes, sorry, minor site plan, sorry. Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. So we were all set. Thank you very much. Appreciate the testimony. Appreciate the time. Good luck. All right, let's move on. What are we at? 10C?
We are.
10C.
Look at us go.
Look at us go.
And look at us go. TF Bernier, a division of Hoyle, Tanner and Associates, Inc., on behalf of William Young Properties, LLC, requests approval for a minor subdivision application to adjust lot lines between 38 Cross Street and 44 Cross Street in the neighborhood residential district.
Mr. Bernier, welcome back. We haven't seen you in a long time.
Thank
A
you.
division of Hoyle Tanner, huh?
Yes, yes. It is so new that the paperwork is not all caught up.
Good for you. Congratulations. Tell us about this project.
Yeah, it's a real simple project. We're just proposing, there are two old existing lots of record on Cross Street. It's an old neighborhood in Pennacook. And looking at, there's one vacant lot and one lot that has a house on it currently. And we're just going to transfer 3,786 square feet from one lot to the other, to the undeveloped lot to facilitate better development of that lot. The application's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We asked for 4 waivers, mostly related to it's just a lot line adjustment. We're not creating any new lots. Staff supported 3 of them. We coordinated with them on the 4th. They were okay with parts of it, but not all of it. We've already made all those revisions to the plans and gone through that. We concur with their assessment of that.
So you're gonna get rid of 3.4, which is the waiver request for tabulations?
It's a part waiver, I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll get to that in a sec, okay?
And there are 16 precedent conditions. We've gone through, and the plans have been completely revised with all the added little notes and things that were in those precedent conditions, but to not submit it to Alec 2 days before the meeting, they're still sitting in my office, but
All right.
they've all been done.
Perfect. Questions for the applicant? Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? Yeah, come on up.
Completeness. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Completeness, please.
Oh, completeness, really?
Yep, minor.
Oh, come on, why didn't we do that?
And then
We haven't done that
Then
already?
the public hearing thing.
All right, sorry, I didn't get to the next page, so hang tight with me for one sec. So we have a completeness component in this application. Staff has found that the application is complete and not a development of regional impact. Would someone like to make a motion
moved.
to
Second.
find the application complete, not a development of regional impact, and open the public hearing? Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. So we'll open the public hearing, recognizing that Mr. Bernier gave us his testimony under the the public session. And welcome to the table. If you could state your name for the record.
Kyle Tillotson.
All right.
Tillotson.
Okay.
We are the abutting neighbors, and we'd actually like to oppose this because there's barely enough room to make this a buildable lot until the line's moved. Also, we own an easement, or have an easement across the property with our water line. And this would, what we're worried about is, we've heard plans of building a duplex on this lot, which would probably also require a variance to the lot.
Causing it to be built closer to our property line.
Okay.
And it's a very small, thin lot.
We can't do anything on that until they come before us. So it's a fairly simple lot line adjustment, not understanding what they want to do with it until they come back and say, this is what we want to do with it.
It just seems like kind of a gray area here where we're just moving a line, not knowing what's going to partake in the future.
Yeah, it is, and it usually is. So it's a fundamental piece that has to happen before any development takes place. But again, we can't assume that they're going to put anything on there until it comes up.
Just to clarify even further, state law prohibits planning boards from regulating the installation of a single-family or duplex. Those are simply a building permit process. The only thing before the board is the adjustment to the property lines.
True, we're just being the neighbors, you know.
Sure, understood.
We like single-family homeowners. It's a single-family neighborhood, and renters aren't always the best neighbors, as we all know.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or concerns about this application? Nope. Okay, any other comments? Tim, you all set? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Comments and questions from the board, staff, anything?
Only that if you go with staff recommendations to deny the, partially deny the waiver requests from 12.03 for tabulations, to also add that the waiver would be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulations in accordance with RSA 674, 36(2), and 1 or 2.
All right.
I can repeat that when you get there.
You will have to.
I appreciate the speed in which the planning staff has incorporated that suggestion.
Okay, so again, no variances are requested, but do have waiver applications. Can we take them all except the one with the question on it?
May I ask a question?
Certainly.
What Alex just, and what's the remedy for that? For what you had just mentioned?
Hardship?
What would the developer have to do as a?
So the waiver request was from section 12.03,
Right.
23 for all tabulations, and staff supported the B component. There's A, B, C, D component, or E and E of that section. So we support B, not to provide the building floor areas, but we thought that impervious surface, buildable lot, it was important to show that both lots remain legal lots.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And again, I think the testimony we heard is questions regarding the tightness of the lot, which seems reasonable. So let's take these waivers. Can we take them, Anne Marie, 1, 2, and 3? So
Yep. Did you do findings of fact yet?
3.1, 3.2, and 3.3, and I'll do the findings of fact as well. But so again, using as our findings of fact the testimony that we heard tonight from both the applicant and the butters, the content that you've got in your packets and the materials that were presented, waivers for 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 in your packet, which staff does support. Would someone like to make a motion to approve those waivers as outlined?
So moved.
No?
Nope, she did.
Dean made it. Got a second? Yes, we got a second?
Mhm.
Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. So 3.4 is the applicant requests a waiver from 120823 and 15033 tabulations in building, impervious, usable, and building land. Applicants provided an analysis of the 5 waiver criteria from 3508 of the subdivision regulations, which staff, oops,
Anne Marie?
That's where and it lists all the
Okay.
RSA 72, 73,
Okay.
74.
I'm not going to read those in, but which staff has reviewed. And again, in your packet, under 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76, right? That's it? Yeah. 7.6 is the individual waiver. So 7.6 is deny the partial waiver request from section 120323 A, B, C, D, and E tabulations of the subdivision regulations to not provide tabulations for impervious coverage and usable buildable land, as the applicant and the plat should clearly show both lots will continue to be compliant with the zoning ordinance and remain legal lots of record. And
A waiver would be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulations in accordance with RSA 674-36, 2 and 1 or 2.
Okay.
Just one further clarification, you mentioned B. B was one that you granted.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Someone like to make a motion to deny, or how do you want to hit it? Deny the partial waiver?
Yes.
Deny the partial waiver?
For A, C, D, and
Approve
E.
the partial?
Deny the waiver for parts A,
Partially
C.
deny, does that make more sense?
Partially deny.
Yeah.
So partially deny the waiver?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to make that motion.
Second.
Would someone like to second that motion?
Second.
We got a second. Deanna seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And section 7.7 is to grant minor subdivision approval for the lot line adjustments between 38 and 44 Cross Street, subject to the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1 through 16. Subsequent condition 1. Would someone like to make a motion to grant minor subdivision approval for the lot line adjustment outlined in your packet?
So moved.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You are all set. Thank you very much for your patience. And let's move on. And item 10D, I think was delayed, right?
No.
Is that off? Yes.
10D,
10D, wasn't that one of the ones that we
Yes.
killed?
10F.
10F.
Oh, 10D.
D is going forward.
10D is going forward. Sorry for
I
that.
believe Peter is here.
All right, well, let's read that into the record if we could.
Peter Stoddard and S&H Land Services LLC, on behalf of Norman and Betsy LaCoy, request approval for a minor subdivision application to divide one existing lot into 3 lots. And also requested is approval for a waiver from section 12.036 of the subdivision regulations. The site is unaddressed. It's at Blackwater Road. It is adjacent to 33 Blackwater Road.
Don't see that very often, an unaddressed property. All right, let's get a quick staff update. If you guys could sign in, and we'll get a staff update on this project, and then get you going.
Okay. Well, I'll give a brief update, but then remind everyone that the first thing we'll need is a determination of completeness, and open the public hearing, the spiel, development, regional impact.
Perfect.
It is not. And basically, it's a large existing lot. They want to divide it into 3. The site is undeveloped. It fronts Blackwater Road. It's not a collector or an arterial as classified in the zoning ordinance. As presented, it meets all of the requirements. The waiver is very simple. They just want to provide the soils information from the USDA map rather than from a certified soil scientist, which is fine because in this case, really there's no burning need for the soils to be mapped by a certified person. So staff has no problem with that, finds that it meets the RSA as stated in the recommended motion.
All right, so this is a little different on your packet here. So has staff determined that the application is complete?
Yep.
Okay. So there's no question about it. It says if we determine that it is complete, so. Okay, so, again, as a determination of completeness component, this is not a development of regional impact. Would someone like to make a motion to find the application complete, not development of regional impact, and open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. The application's complete. We'll open the public hearing. Welcome to the table. If you could state your names for the record.
Hi, I'm Peter Stoddard from S&H Land Services.
I'm Norman LaCoy, landowner.
All right, tell us a little bit about the project that you're working on here.
Yes, this is an existing 50-acre lot. It's vacant currently. It's in current use. The owners have, this has been in the family for over 75 years, I believe.
Yeah, maybe longer than that.
And the parcel has about 945 feet of frontage on it. So what we're proposing to do is cut off a couple of frontage lots. The lot, the 50 acres, the topography on the lot is mostly flat or gently sloping. There's no wetlands on the lot. We had our wetland scientists basically look at the developable areas to the east of the power line easement, but I've walked probably 95% of this lot. I don't think there's any wetlands on the entire lot. Generally, very well-drained sandy soils. So we're seeking to create 2 buildable lots and then have a remainder lot of 44 acres set aside for future development. Proposed lot 5-1 would be 2 acres with 225 feet of frontage. Proposed lot 5-2 would have 2 acres with 200 feet of frontage, which is the minimum. And then the remainder lot would end up with 520 feet of frontage left over. The proposed lots will be serviced by on-site wells and septic systems. All of the proposed lots meet or exceed the minimum frontage, lot size, buildable area, and usable area required by the city zoning ordinance. And we were granted state subdivision approval yesterday. I have that here.
Okay, so help me out here. So as I'm looking at the plan set, we've got the LaCoy's house at the top of the plan. You've got the lot in the middle, and then the 2 lots that you're cutting off on the bottom, right?
Correct.
Am I looking at that right? So the septic areas that are outlined in this middle lot, what are those, what is that for?
The remainder lot?
That's for the remainder lot?
You're required to do that in order to verify you have a buildable lot.
Okay. All right. So you're just showing the usable area and it's not a proposed septic system.
No,
it's
just what's required.
So easement-wise, then you'd access that road through there or somehow put access into that back lot? Eventually. No, eventually, when you want to develop the other 44 acres or whatever, so, okay.
Actually, it's 46 acres.
46 acres, sorry. Okay. Okay, questions from the board? No? You remember the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? No? Okay, it looks pretty straightforward. There's not a lot to it. So let's take a quick look at the staff report. We'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much. And let's look at what we got here. Okay, and again, using the data that we've been presented with tonight, in your packet, the testimony we heard from the applicant as our findings of fact. We will move right into the recommendation section, which is adopting those findings of fact and moving to 7.2, grant the waiver request for section 12.036 soils of the subdivision regulations using RSA 674-36-2 N2 and section 3508 of the subdivision regs to provide soil information from the USDA web soil survey and on-site pit test rather than from soil map stamped by a New Hampshire licensed soil scientist. I guess I didn't need to read all that. But 7.2 is to grant that waiver as outlined. Would someone like to make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 7.3 is to grant a minor subdivision approval for the subdivision of an unaddressed Blackwater Road tax map block, and the lot is outlined there on your packet next to 33 Blackwater Road, into 3 lots subject to the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1 through 18 and subsequent conditions 1 through 5. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that minor subdivision approval as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night. Seem to have a lot of precedent conditions. Everything's got a ton of them. All right, let's, 80, nope, is that out?
10E is still
10E.
going.
He is in.
10E, Granite Engineering LLC on behalf of Consolidated Communications of Northern New England Company LLC requests approval of a minor site plan application for expansion of an outdoor storage area.
Okay.
This is at 64 Regional Drive in the Industrial District.
Okay, for the record, we've got, Teresa is recusing herself from this application. 10E Granite Engineering. So welcome to the table. If you guys could state your names for the record.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, I'm Jeff Merritt. I'm an engineer with Granite Engineering. And to my right is Dan Morin. Dan is with Morin Contracting Services, and he's the general contractor for the project. What we have for the board this evening is a minor site plan.
Let me hang you on 1 second. I'm stepping out of, sorry, got out of sync there.
Okay.
So we do have a determination of completeness component in this as well. Not development regional impact. So staff has found the application complete, determined it complete, not a development of regional impact. Someone like to make a motion?
So moved.
To
Second.
find it complete and open the public hearing. Motion's made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries, so the public hearing is open. I'm going to have you hang on just a second. Can we get a quick staff update on this project if we could?
Sure.
I don't need to if you don't. I mean, I can have them present it.
Yep, no, that's fine. Only thing to touch base, in the application did receive a variance, an equitable waiver from the zoning board of adjustment for a storage building that was found to be inside the setbacks. And then there are some nonconformities, but in accordance with Article 28-8-4, essentially existing nonconformities not being made more nonconforming can remain. And we're really just looking at an expansion of the outside storage area.
So existing nonconformity is not being made more nonconforming.
There's more criteria, but that's the short of it.
Welcome again. Welcome to the table. Got your name, so go ahead and tell us about this project if you could.
Great, I appreciate it. So what we have for the board is a minor site plan application. It is at 64 Regional Drive. This is property owned and occupied by Consolidated Communications. I have the site plan up. It's in your packet there. I put a little bit of color on it to give you some reference. This is map 624Z lot 7. This is roughly 5 acres of land out here. And we're located entirely within the industrial zoning district. The property was developed in the early 1990s, either 1990, 1991. It was when it was constructed. There is one large building on the property. It has a gross floor area of roughly 39,000 square feet. The front of that building has a 2-story office component, and then the bulk of the space in that building is actually a warehouse garage for the operations of Consolidated Communications. Access to the property is from Regional Drive. There are 2 curb cuts, one east and one west. And then there is a parking lot that is between the main building and Regional Drive. There's 75 parking spaces out there. And then if you look on the plan to the side of the building, both sides, and then to the rear, there's some kind of stippled areas that we've hatched out. And if you were to look on an aerial, you would see some exterior storage in that area. Consolidated Communications has some large items that require exterior storage, things like cable reels, telephone poles, utility trailers, that kind of stuff. And that's what's stored to the side and to the rear of the building out there today. The proposal is just to add a little bit more of exterior storage, specifically to the east of the existing building. We're proposing a new paved area that would provide roughly 400 square feet of additional exterior storage right here. Again, these types of things that would be stored there, these are cable reels, small trailers, palleted products, and an occasional lift truck or boom truck that they use. The area would be fenced. We have a proposed fence along the north in the east or south side of the new storage area. We have it right now listed as a chain link fence with privacy slats, but if you read through Alex's comments and notes there, he mentions that that doesn't actually meet the zoning, so we have to change that out to a stockade fence, which we're happy to do. Some other related site improvements or minor improvements would be a few more pole-mounted lights just to light this new area of storage. And then some really maintenance items, which include striping or restriping the parking lot that's between the building and Regional Drive. That paint has worn off, as have the stop bars along Regional Drive, so we'll be painting that. And then we'll be maintaining the stormwater system that's out there. There's a large pond that you may not even know exists on the very south side of the property, the rear, and we're going to cut the brush there, supplement the bottom of that with some sand, and maintain the drainage that's out there. The only other thing I would add is what Alec had brought up. There is a storage shed on the southeast corner of the property. When we did the survey and submitted it to the city for this project, it was determined that that building was within the side yard setback. We believe it was a layout error or construction error back 34 or 5 years ago, whatever it was. The applicant sought an equitable waiver at the zoning board recently, and when they were granted that equitable waiver for that encroachment. That is the project. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
So what is there's no slide gate currently on Regional Drive, right?
There is no slide gate on the driveways, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a slide gate, there's a swing gate right here. I don't know if you can see that. And then there's another swing gate right here.
Okay, and you're proposing a slide gate right up next to the Regional Drive?
So we were, and I'm kind of glad you brought that up. There has been some theft, and so one of the reasons that we were proposing a fence that kind of ran parallel to Regional Drive there was to secure the yard.
Yeah.
As of a day or two ago, Consolidated Communications decided they'd rather do a security camera instead of that fencing. Okay. So we're likely going to take off that fencing that runs parallel to Regional Drive. We would have to secure the exterior storage area, so there'd be a fence right here. If you could see my cursor on the screen.
Okay, and that was going to be my question, if you had people waiting to queue up and waiting for the gate to come across or something like that, so, okay.
No.
So you'd be inside the property at that point?
Yeah, correctly, you'd be inside the
And there's another proposed slide gate inside your property on the other end to the western side there of right up there, so.
Yeah, this is a swing gate that exists
Right
today.
up, it says on
This
my
one?
plan, proposed slide gate going across the front of the parking lot.
And again,
You take that out?
Yeah, we're going to take that out and just do the security system. That
Okay.
seems to be the better fit.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I also add, the plan shows two-way traffic around the drive.
Yep.
And staff, that doesn't meet the dimensions for two-way drive, and staff, the existing condition is a one-way drive. I don't know if the client is making that change as well, but just.
Yeah, we did speak with Consolidated Communications on that. I think it's been used two ways and one ways in the past. They're fine with a one-way circulation out there, so we'll make the west driveway the enter and the east driveway the exit.
Okay. Okay, questions from the board? No? Remember, the audience have any questions or concerns regarding this application? Earl?
Any change to the traffic patterns, trucks in and out of the garage, other people coming in to get supplies?
It's the identical use, the identical operation, just a little more exterior storage, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions, we'll close it up.
Only thing to add, and if you have an existing fence with potential changes, I'm not sure how that worked, but I was going to say, space with the fire department to make sure they have any access that they need.
Yeah.
Okay.
They may want a key or a knock box or something, yeah. We can do that.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll close the public hearing. We'll send you guys back. Thank you very much. And again, using as our findings of fact, our information that we've been presented tonight, the staff reports that you've got in the testimony that we heard. 7.2 in your packet is to grant minor subdivision, grant minor site plan approval for the proposed expansion of outside storage space at 64 Regional Drive, subject to the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1 through 12, and subsequent conditions 1 through 8. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that minor site plan approval as outlined?
So moved.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. I think that's it, right, on that? Yeah, that's it on that. Thank you very much for your project, or for your testimony. Good luck with the project. Okay, and again, for the record, 10F has been postponed. Let's read 10G into the record, if we could.
LSE Ursa Minor, LLC, and GZA Geo Environmental, Inc., on behalf of LA Brochu, Inc., request approval of a minor site plan and conditional use permit application for the installation of a solar array, and this will take place at 67 West Portsmouth Street in the Open Space Residential District.
All right. So we've got a determination of completeness on this. It is not a development of regional impact. Would someone like to make a motion to find the application complete and open the public hearing? Not a development of regional impact, and open the public hearing.
A question.
Yes.
First, in the staff report, when I was reading this earlier, it says under number 1 that there's a whole lot that hasn't been, the plan has not been signed, and certain things have not been completed.
So is it complete? Is your question?
Yes.
Okay.
If
Good
all
question.
those things are outstanding.
They were made conditions of approval.
So you feel
Yes,
the application's complete and there'll be
guess-
conditions of approval?
I guess technically you could deem it not complete.
I don't think it's complete, looking at all of those things that are outstanding. I've never done that before.
I don't think so, yeah.
Maybe one other time. I mean, I guess I'll wait to see what other people think.
If it's determined not complete, the public hearing isn't opened.
Correct. Right, so there's a lot on here, huh?
12 items. Well, the first 10 are really required items from the regulations.
Sorry.
I suppose I should have emailed you earlier, Anne Marie, I apologize.
That's okay. And I would also note, and again, if they determine it not complete, there's no testimony
Yeah,
taken.
we stopped right away, yeah.
Sure. I just wanted to introduce myself, Amy Manzelli, counsel for the applicant. My understanding on the completeness determination is the completeness is so that the board has enough substantive information to consider the project. We do think that we've met that bar tonight, and we would ask that the board does find this complete. I've been here for most of the night, and I know that the board has been really flexible with the other applicants in terms of putting some of these requirements into the conditions precedent. And we're happy to fulfill all of these requirements. They are completely reasonable. But we do think we've given the board enough information to consider the project tonight. And that's the purpose of a completeness determination. So I just wanted to add that real quick. Thank you so much.
I'm not sure that was allowed, but I don't know.
Yeah.
How it works.
Yep, sure.
Well, I'm in the same boat here. I see not fulfilled, not fulfilled, not fulfilled.
But are they areas that are gonna hold us up from hearing public testimony? Remember, the determination completeness starts the clock too on the application, so it starts the clock.
I guess I would ask how far we are away from receiving. I don't know if I can ask questions to the applicant if we haven't.
No,
opened
not
up.
without the hearing
being
open.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Okay.
So
I think,
Good.
if Alec is informing me, section 7.06 of the regulations spells out the requirements that the planning board has for determining completeness. So that would need to be your guide in making this decision.
And does it match?
Well, it's actually 715.
Okay.
Section 15 is what, the items that are required from section 15 are what has to be there to determine it complete. And those items are the items set forth, whoops, I just lost my
1.3,
place.
1.4, 1.5.
Anything from
1.6.
section 15, the regulations specify those are necessary for completeness.
And they're not.
According to Beth Festermucker, who prepared the staff report, they are not provided.
The layout of proposed driveways, total area. We wouldn't be able to approve it even if we took testimony on it.
So
I would suggest there's two options the board could take here. One would be to find the application incomplete and start the process over. The other would be to continue to a date certain, both the complete and the public hearing, such that the applicant would have time to address these completeness items prior to the next meeting.
Okay, and if I could, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
from what I didn't hear from the attorney who didn't talk, what if we were to hear this and make them conditions of approval? Would that be appropriate, or would that raise some issues later on for somebody who objected to this project?
Only way, because the regulations specify what a completed application is, you would need to waive that requirement in order to find the application complete.
Well, that seems like a whole lot of hoops.
Correct.
Plus, if I may, would that also start the 65-day clock?
It would also start the 65-day clock if you find it complete. I generally, in my 27 years of being a planner and land use practitioner, have generally requested that the applicant consent to a continuance so that those items can be addressed prior to the clock starting and without the need to start the process over from the application standpoint.
How do we frame that?
It would be basically the planning board would need to make a motion to continue the acceptance and public hearing for this application to a date certain. That would negate the need to further notify others in writing, and it would basically stall the process and allow the applicant the time between now and that date to provide the missing information.
Yeah, I don't want them to have to renotice everybody.
That's the reason for doing it this way rather than, because if you find it incomplete, we're going to have to renotice everybody again.
I wish I could ask you questions, but I can't.
I can't do that.
We'd love to answer some.
So,
So, one more question.
Yeah.
If we don't follow your advice, Tim's advice, do we create more problems for this applicant, potentially create more problems that we do follow the regulations like we should?
Well, they would just, they're precedent conditions. So in order to get, it's no different than any of the other precedent conditions. In order to get final approval, they have to include all that on the plans before staff will sign off on it.
I'm fine to hear it. If we're not going to create more problems with the applicant, I'm fine to hear it and then make those requirements.
make those conditions of approval.
Even though I don't like it.
Any other thoughts from the board?
So you'd need to come up with a statutory reason to justify the waiver for the completeness, for those items not being included in the completeness
And that
determination.
could be that they are made conditions of approval.
If you determine that this meets one of those two statutory criteria, the unnecessary hardship or specific conditions, and grant the waiver to that section that Alec referenced and Emery referenced in terms of those items required for completeness.
So unnecessary hardship is just a determination on our end. We can say it's an unnecessary hardship
Make them wait.
or make them, or let them do it.
I have a question for staff. Was the applicant aware of the timeframes needed to answer these precedent conditions?
No,
And-
not present.
No, not
Well,
precedent conditions,
just-
but the
Any
the
appli-
information
yeah,
they need.
Any applicant is aware of the site plan regulations and that to determine to complete all of the items from section 15 need to be there.
Excuse me.
Section 15 is inclusive of section 12 and section 13. So in relation to the items that are listed, there's actually only 5. 1.1 is requirement from section 12.02 that it's not, the plan is not signed by a New Hampshire certified soil scientist. I will say that we see that
Yeah,
numerous
that's-
times.
that's a lot.
Plans aren't signed by the wetlands or, the number 2 is a copy of the applications made. That's from section 13.
Just to interrupt you briefly, do we have the stamp from the scientist? Is we just missing the signature? Is that what it is?
It's not signed.
It's not signed.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it, generally, I would interpret if there's an attempt to meet the condition, but it's not fully complied with, that would be considered complete from my perspective.
And like I said, that's happened probably on almost every application that I've done with a wetland.
Signatures is always.
Signature is not there. So, I mean, actually, number 1 is, 1.1 is pretty routine.
Yep.
1.2, it's also pretty rare that the copies of applications to the state or federal,
That's
or it's
probably-
pretty common that they're not submitted.
They're typically pending at this stage as well.
Right, but the other ones aren't. The other
the-
ones are
the-
pretty significant.
And then 1.3, 1.4, 1.5. Layout of the proposed driveway include dimensions is not provided. That is required per section 15.0411. And I would just say that the fire division fire department sent me asking 3 questions, one of which would directly tie into section 15.0422, or excuse me, 15.0411, which is, has there been any consideration for road access around the solar array? And then 15.0422 is location and dimension setbacks, and then the aquifer protection from 15.0423. The others from section 18.10 and section 19.01, those aren't part of the completeness.
Okay, so we could also hear it, and then we could want more information, and then we could still look for, and not make a decision tonight, but the clock will have started.
The clock's on them, so they
Right.
we can either,
Yeah, unless if we start it.
Yeah, if you determine to complete, that starts the clock.
Based on what Anne Marie has said, and also further reading, for example, on 1.6, that Beth notes that the information is provided in the narrative, but it's not on the site plan. That, to me, is attempting to meet the requirement. I think there's been an attempt enough here that I think you're not in shaky legal ground if you were to find it complete.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to determine it complete.
Okay, no precursors to that other than the items outlined in 1.1 through.
Let's see if somebody objects if we end up in court.
1.12 will be conditions of approval.
Yes.
I'm probably not going to vote with Matt
That's fine.
on this.
That's fine.
I feel terrible. I would love to be able to do it, but I think we're weaving enough rope to hang ourselves here.
Okay,
for
so
the
we've got a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
2 noes, 4 ayes, 3 noes.
3-3. So
3-3.
3 and
as
3.
a failed
That's
motion,
a
we
failed
need to have
motion.
another motion.
We need
So
another motion.
we will see you next month.
Nope.
No, we need another motion.
That is not disposition. You need a motion needs to pass.
Yeah, we need a
The
motion to
needs pass to
pass.
deny, but.
Yeah.
You need a motion to find it incomplete or a motion to continue to date certain.
So we got a
look to
motion
continue.
to find incomplete or a motion to continue. I'd like to continue.
Yeah.
So
Make-
we have
make
a
it-
motion I'll make a motion to continue the
To a
application.
date certain?
To a
To a
date
date
certain.
certain.
Date certain.
I'll
June.
second that.
June 18?
June 18th.
I'm gonna
First
vote-
on the public
I'm
hearing.
going to vote against it.
Okay.
Because I want to
So
approve it,
motion's
but
been made.
somebody else vote for
We
it.
got a second? Do we
I
have a motion?
second.
Second?
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. So we'll put it first on the public hearing for the June meeting, and let you talk then. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. That's a first. I haven't seen that happen before.
So
And I get it.
May-
You're right. You're absolutely, no.
Yeah.
may I don't really want to be in that situation again because I feel horribly for raising the
Yeah, yeah.
question. We would have rubber stamped it. and just gone forward, but I
see that.
needed to understand why there was so much incomplete in the staff report. When I read it earlier this week, I didn't. Next time I will email one of you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Way for us to receive that confirmation before being put on the agenda next month?
I'll
No, you'll be
email
on the
you
agenda for next
right
month.
away.
Yep.
You're on the agenda for next month, and I'll contact you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
10 o'clock, we got to adjourn the meeting.
That must mean Ari's coming up.
Okay, let's read item 10H into the record if we could.
All right, 10H, Jonathan Devine and TF Moran, Inc., on behalf of ROI Irrevocable Trust and Christine Windler, request approvals for a major site plan application and architectural design review for the construction of a new bank and associated site improvements. Also,
Sorry.
sorry.
I didn't think you heard me. Everybody heard me. Hold on, just a second, I gotta ask again. Hey Siri.
They won.
Celtics score.
They won.
They won.
They won, it's over.
What's the score? What's the score?
They watched the whole game back there.
All the games.
They're watching
What's tomorrow's
Patriots
Bruins game?
preseason.
We're going to watch the Bruins game
Celtics
if we
won,
don't
the
hurry
Red
up.
Sox lost.
Thank you.
What else do you want to
Okay.
know?
Okay.
We were actually at the
I'm
game and
sorry.
drove up.
Also requested is
Oh,
approval
man.
for a conditional use permit for driveway separation distances. The site's addressed as 16-22 Manchester Street in the Gateway Performance GWP district. And
That's a first, huh?
Excuse me, Alec, can you get the password? Will you tell me the password or sign in?
And there isn't a determination of the.
There is not a determination.
No
complete.
This one is already complete.
It's already been
We will
determined complete.
open the public hearing and we'll welcome you guys to
Yes.
the table. Welcome, if you could state your names for the record.
Thank you. We were complete as of April 17th, 2024. Our public hearing is this evening. My name's Ari Pollack. I'm an attorney at the Gallagher firm. I'm here tonight for the ROI Irrevocable Trust. With me to my left is Jonathan Devine from TF Moran. His group has been the civil and traffic engineers for the project. Also with me this evening is the owner's development consultant, Alex Velas. We also have representatives Leo Simard and Kevin Nahill here for St. Mary's Bank for the 16 Manchester Street project, and their architect Kurt Lauer to my right. And then we have Brad Pernaugh of the Granite State Convenience Group here for 30 Manchester Street, which is the next application in the agenda. The big team for big pieces of a big project, a project that's been a long time in coming. You will recall that these two site plans are both part of what we've referred to as the Black Hill Road or Exit 13 Comprehensive Development Plan that was conditionally approved as a CDP by the board in December. The CDP laid out a concept for what is before you now as Phase 1A, which consists of a retail bank and a convenience gas and car wash facility. To date, we've completed a traffic study. We've had that peer reviewed by the city's consultant. We then completed a supplemental traffic study, which was also peer reviewed. We conducted a focused restudy of the traffic for Phase 1A in isolation. We also engineered a FEMA map revision for the rear portions of the property that are behind Black Hill Road. Tonight's discussions are fronting on Manchester Street and Black Hill Road. They're between the public roadways. We then funded a city-arranged water and sewer capacity study. We filed multiple variance applications which were granted. We completed architectural renderings for ADR review, held multiple meetings with city staff, DOT, and various consultants. If you're exhausted, I am too. That's a lot of work. And of course, we did all of this planning and engineering with the challenges of an existing, dismantled, reemerging, then dismantled again, and continuing significant complication of a transient population in an encampment on the property. It brought, frankly, violence, criminal activity, and regular police presence. We actually recently, just this past weekend, cleaned up the camp again.
again at significant expense, and this time with the added threat that the city would fine us if we didn't clean it up. So we're really under the gun to get progress going out there. The best way to stop what's happening is to start doing something else. And so we are very anxious to turn the corner, commence what will be the first phase of this comprehensive development, and simply put, replace chaos with progress. To state that we're anxious to get going would be a tremendous understatement. I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan and then to Kurt to run through some of the highlights of the 16 Manchester application. He's going to discuss the planned improvements and how the items that are mentioned in the staff report, at least in part and at a high level, are intact, and he's going to discuss what remains. Nothing's missing. It's just that the typical level of detail for signing of the plans may not be there and may be unfinished at this moment, but they are most certainly provided in preliminary detail and enough for you to envision what this site will look like, how it will be laid out, how it will be operated, and how it will be experienced. As you listen to the explanation, I'd ask that you have you think about the choice that is put to you in the staff memo. We all like choices even after 10 p.m. Your choice on this late hour is really going to come down to, do you defer this application for another month, or do you grant conditional approval? All the work has to be finished regardless of what you choose. So an approval with conditions gives us a roadmap to address those conditions toward completion. And as you all very well know, nothing gets signed without completion and nothing gets built without signed plans. So at least in our view, there's very little risk of a conditional approval for minor or administrative items. And sure enough, the staff provided a finite list of conditions to consider, which we reviewed carefully and we concur with. Our preference is obvious, but the choice is yours. What I can tell you is that we're working very cooperatively with the planning staff these days. There's been good communication, good mutual goals to bring this project forward, and a high degree of responsiveness on all sides. And you know that I would not say that if I didn't know it and mean it and experience it. And so for these reasons, I'm very confident that the conditional items, which are all underway, can be completed in short order. And frankly, it's my sense that staff suggested deferral largely out of respect and deference for your role, to not put themselves in your shoes and to step on authority or usurp your jurisdiction. So I guess what I'm saying is, if you felt that the remaining tasks were typical site plan type conditions of an approval, we might reach a motion to approve, and the story will be largely the same for the next application, and we can push forward this very significant project in a really difficult area of the city in a big way. So that's a lot of words. I'll turn it over to Jonathan, and I thank you for your patience.
So before you do, so again, I'm recognizing the fact that staff did give us an option. They didn't have to give us an option, but they did give us an option, you know, whether you approve it conditionally or you defer it to the June 18th meeting. What's there that's missing? What's the, you know, is there a hang up on your end? Is there, I mean, and we've worked through a lot of this in the past, and we've managed to work it through with staff, and I'm really glad to hear that it's working, hopefully on both sides. I heard it's working on your side, hopefully it's working on theirs. But what's the hang up on, I think there's a May 10th date that they received the offsite improvements. Is that the only thing that we're waiting on, is offsite improvements?
We did make a submission.
Yes.
May 10th.
Right.
Yeah.
You have it. It did come in after the deadline. You know, I heard earlier tonight about waiver requests that came in yesterday.
Sure, yeah.
I think the ingredients are there. The difference about this application is that, yes, the pieces are all important. They're all required. They all have to be there for anything to be signed. But there aren't any surprises here, because what we're doing is following the approved CDP. So what we're doing is putting the detail in the boxes that the CDP left behind. There haven't been any changes, and we haven't needed to come back to amend the CDP.
Okay.
We're painting by numbers,
The same with the next project as well?
indeed.
Okay.
And let me just add to that, that the supplemental traffic analysis that they submitted
Yep.
is in the process of being reviewed by staff and New Hampshire Department of Transportation. And I had hoped that I would receive the comments from New Hampshire Department of Transportation in enough time to include in the staff report for this hearing. They just, like everyone else, were busy, so they will get those comments to me hopefully within the next couple of weeks. And we've already had 3 meetings with the developer, between staff and the developer and New Hampshire Department of Transportation, to work out any issues, off-site improvement plans, mitigation. That's part of the reason for the not as detailed off-site improvement plan as we would normally expect, is that we are still waiting on the comments from Department of Transportation.
Right, so at the end of the day, if we hear the testimony tonight and we hear the project and we give you either conditional approval or denial, whatever way we come up to it, I'm uncomfortable with the recommendation on the alternative course that's outlined here, which is if the board's not concerned about the status of the off-site improvements, I'm concerned about what's there, I'm concerned about the traffic information. From a process perspective, how do we not have it still hang on until the June 18th meeting to be approved because we haven't had a chance to confer with staff and hear the information about the off-site improvements in the June meeting, and the traffic study.
Understood. So the traffic study's long since submitted. What we're talking about, I think, is the off-site improvement
Right,
plan.
okay.
That's in. We're going to put it on the board. We're going to show you what it looks like. We're going to go through some high-level elements, and we're going to hope that you have enough comfort in the discussion that you can conditionally approve it for staff to bring it to the finish line. If DOT, and it's very typical for there to be a condition of approval that some state-related permit or process needs to be completed. So I don't know that that's an abnormality. In this case, I think it's simply, again, putting the details where we have the framework. That's also a typical administrative or minor staff task. And I know that staff knows how to pull the ripcord if they're getting out of their comfort zone and feel that we need to come back to this board.
Okay, so you were found complete on the 17th of April. Here we are, middle of May. And again, I think we want to move forward.
Quick question for Mr. Pollock. You don't have to answer this, of course, but about how much money do you think you spent in cleaning up those camps, and did that have, part 2, did that have any impact on delaying off-site improvements?
So, two-part question there. We spent $70,000 cleaning up camps. That does not include what the police department and the city has provided in terms of support at our request. As far as the off-site improvements plan, that's an engineering exercise that I don't think was held back by the cleaning up of the camps. It's just that the delays that we've experienced in the various stages of permitting of the project have allowed the camps to reestablish. So we're now cleaning areas that were previously cleaned and previously cleaned.
Thank you.
So let me ask the board, and again, I don't know what the process is. Tim, maybe you can weigh in here, but you know, I want to, before we go through the public hearing, take testimony, we've got two options. We can say we're not comfortable moving forward and we will delay the hearing until the June 18th meeting, or we're comfortable moving forward and figuring out how to navigate to get to the end line once we hear the once we hear the testimony and the public testimony, if there's any. We all in agreement that we hear the testimony and move forward? All right, so hit it.
Thank you. I was in the process of handing it off to Jonathan, so I'll do that.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jonathan Devine. I'm with TF Moran. For the last 18 months, I've been involved in the engineering and design of both the CDP and this site in particular, and I can honestly say I'm very excited to be here tonight to discuss the application with you all. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, St. Mary's Bank, who's looking to grow and open a location in Concord. Before diving into the details, I briefly want to overview the project. Our goal was to design a modern banking facility that not only meets the functional requirements, but also integrates with the surrounding environment. We've done just that. The site is 16 Manchester Street, tax map 792Z, lot 2. It's approximately 1.4 acres. The site was previously 2 single-family homes with 2 full-service driveways on both Manchester Street and on Black Hill Road. These structures were raised in 2021 in preparation for this project. The major site features of the proposal are a 3,700 square foot bank building with 2 ATM drive-throughs options around the back, a parking area for customers and employees, provides 22 parking spaces where 16 are required. Each ATM has a stacking lane that you can see with greater than 5 stacking positions behind each ATM. 2 access points for the site are one from Manchester Street. It's a right-in only. And the second is a full-service driveway on Black Hill Road. The site will be serviced by municipal sewer and water with tie-ins directly into Manchester Street from the building. Natural gas and electricity will come from Black Hill Road, as there is a gas line and an above-ground utility line that runs along the street. We'll be managing stormwater on site, and we will also be managing snow storage on site. Site lighting will be provided in the parking area. Dark Star compliant fixtures, fully downcast, provide the uniformity ratio required by the ordinance, while also maintaining less than 0.2 foot candles at the property lines for this site. Landscaping will be provided as on the plan shown to screen the parking areas as required by the zoning ordinance. Please note that no street trees are required for this site in the Gateway Performance Zone. However, during our trip and meeting at the Architecture Design Review Committee, it was recommended by that committee to add street trees along the frontage of the site on Manchester Street. We maintain that the position that those trees will only block the view of the bank, and where this site is home to the off-premise sign for the entire CDP, it's really vital for the applicant that we provide the most sightline for drivers to see the bank building as possible. Additionally, the 2 other site items I want to talk about is the off-premise sign. So there is an easement for the off-premise sign. The off-premise sign is located on my cursor here. I'll pull up a site plan so you can see the easement area.
Just a clarification on that. That easement will be reserved to the grantor when the property is sold to the bank. That sign will benefit the users that are both on Manchester Street and on Black Hill Road, so that they can deal with some visibility challenges, and that was the subject of a variance that was granted to the project.
Yes, that variance was granted on February 7th of this year to allow an off-premise sign. And then you can also see here along the westerly property line, there is a proposed 20-foot wide sewer easement that will also benefit the grantor, and it'll be where the later CDP ties into Manchester Street. Please note that no connection or infrastructure is being proposed by this application, simply the placement of the easement. Although we've strived for total compliance to the regulations, this application is accompanied by a waiver request and a conditional use permit application. The waiver is to delay installing the sidewalk along the City of Concord frontages, specifically Black Hill Road. And that is because as part of a later phase of the CDP, we'll be widening Black Hill Road, thus tearing up the sidewalk that we lay down on the frontage. So we deem it unnecessary as part of this application, but do intend as a later phase to add the sidewalk. So it's just delaying that. And then the conditional use permit is to allow for driveways to be within 250 feet of a neighboring driveway or curb cut. And so that is for both of the driveways on this site. So this right-in only from Manchester Street is 209 feet away from the curb cut of the intersection of Black Hill Road and Manchester Street, and it's 206 feet away from the neighbor to the east driveway entrance. So again, 250 feet is required, but less than that is allowed via a conditional use permit, should the board grant it. And then the full-service driveway on Black Hill Road is 242 feet from the neighboring Black Hill Road driveway to the east. I would like to note that both the waiver and the CUP have been duly reviewed by staff and engineering and are supported by both. The CUP was found to meet all the criteria needed in the application. You can see it's by this diagram, they're pretty far away from the neighboring driveways.
If I could just make
Go ahead.
mention that we did accompany our applications with a narrative relating to the CUP criteria from the ordinance. I won't, given the hour, go through each item, but it's a lengthy letter dated May 3rd, 2024 for each application, and it does recite the CUP criteria and how this application meets each of them.
And I would also add that this conditional use permit request for the driveway separation distance is the result of one of the meetings with the developers and staff and lengthy deliberation about the number of driveways, the separation, and what should be right in, right out, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That wasn't long, man.
It was long ago.
Hey, let me ask about the waiver. So on the waiver for the sidewalk construction, the staff concurs, but does say that it's as a condition that the sidewalk along Black Hill Road frontage is shown on the plans and constructed as part of the 1B, and it will be prior to the issuance of any certificate of occupancy. Does that timeline work with you guys for phase 2 to make those?
It does. So it's tied to phase 1B and phase 2, and that works for us. What we're asking for approval for this evening are
Just not doing it right out of the gate.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And again, this is something that's shown on our preliminary
I just
offsite.
want to make sure you're not building it, and we're not going to give you the certificate of occupancy because the sidewalk's not done, because 1B's got hung up somewhere along the line. It won't get hung up here, but.
100% correct.
Okay, all right. We think we cut you off. Are you good?
I just wanted to speak specifically to items 1.5 and 1.6 in the staff memo. It's kind of where this meeting started, and there seemed to be a little bit of ambiguity and lack of detail surrounding those two, so I just wanted to add a little bit of detail. So 1.5 requires submittal of off-site traffic control plan. The off-site work that's being proposed is to repave Black Hill Road in its existence for phase 1A. The current condition, if you've been out there, is it's bumpy, to say the least.
Photos on the screen.
This is what the road looks like right now, and so we're proposing to come in and rip up and then reclaim and repave an extent of Black Hill Road where it looked like this. And then if I go to the offsite improvement plan, it would be.
So just to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, this is the very recently submitted off-site improvement plan. It does at least show the areas of impact, and the details could be ironed out with staff.
Okay.
So the limits of repaving, fixing the road essentially is going to be from the easterly portion here, about 800 linear feet to the westerly portion here. And then additionally, at the intersection, we're just proposing some restriping and relane configuration, as well as a slight, on average, 3-foot widening to better facilitate emergency vehicles and trucks making the right out of the intersection. So that's the off-site improvement plan. And then the traffic control plan that goes along with that is extremely limited if needed, if necessary at all. I mean, reclaiming and repaving takes 1 to 2 days for that length of road, and then the restriping would be able to maintain a lane open during the entirety of the work. So it's not that we can't provide a traffic control plan, it's just that it's extremely limited in scope. And we certainly feel that it's we feel that's warranted and will provide it, it just hasn't been provided yet.
And the only people using that are the landscape people up at the end of the street? Is there any other businesses on that?
Enterprise Rent-A-Car has.
Enterprise.
That's a parking lot for them, that street. Are you going to their driveway?
Yes.
We'll be paving right in front of their driveway, yes.
Okay, because it was full of cars when I was there.
I believe they use it as some overflow.
Yeah.
They have been pleased that we keep cleaning up the neighborhood.
I bet they have.
I figured the cars didn't belong to that neighborhood.
The landscape company uses that for their primary road. They come in off of what road?
They use both. I don't know that they have any frontage on Black Hill Road. I think there's a physical connection there, but I'm not certain.
But is it? Well, good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, they certainly have a driveway off of Manchester
Okay.
Street, and they haven't bothered anybody, but
Okay.
I'm not sure it's formal.
Okay. Just wondering about 4 inches of 4 inches versus 3 inches, and the rock trucks going up and down it. Okay. Good? You all set?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
I'm all set. We'll turn it over to Kurt. Kurt, if you want to drive, or do you want me to?
We wanted to show you what it would look like.
That's great. I do want to see it.
Right there.
Got it.
So there's a picture up on the screen, single-story gabled roof, cement board siding and trim, and an asphalt shingle roof in keeping with kind of the design aesthetic we've developed for the other branches for St. Mary's across the southern part of the state. Keeping, again, a smaller scale in keeping with the residential kind of feel, if you will, of the area.
I don't see any tents in the background.
Yeah, we airbrushed those out.
Some chimneys on there.
Yeah.
Go with the cool.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
While we're on that. So we talked about the sidewalk on Black Hill Road. Could you show, I don't know if these photos will show it, and that's why I'm asking the question, how a pedestrian potentially in the future might access the bank?
Yeah, if you can go back to the site plan, there you go.
So we've added pedestrian access that will be ADA compliant, at least on site, for connecting the sidewalk that's on Manchester Street directly to the bank, such that a pedestrian could walk from the street and enter the site without having to enter traffic or a driveway, basically.
Thank you.
And what about to the next phases that will be housing and everything else?
Yeah, so stay tuned on that, because that's handled more directly with the 30 Manchester Street application. There is a connection, a driveway connection there between the two public roads that is pedestrian friendly.
And the situation of the building, kind of the sides facing Manchester Street and Black Hill Road is, I mean, I usually you have them facing the street. In this case, I guess you have two streets, whether just
it's lot shape.
Aesthetic dimension.
It's more to do with lot shape. It's
Okay.
putting in the configuration for the drive up.
Okay. Okay. Looks nice.
I think that's our presentation. Happy
All
to
right.
take your questions. I know it's a public hearing.
Questions from the board? No? Nothing?
Nope.
Mr. Shen?
Real quick, in the original plan, which I'm not looking at, is there a transportation cutout
There is.
in the other,
Yes.
to go with the other piece?
That's correct. So
Okay.
we did make a provision for a public bus stop
Yeah.
as part of the 30 Manchester Street site plan improvements.
So somebody riding the bus can get to the bank
100%.
from that stop?
They would get off at the stop, they would walk back to Manchester Street a short distance, come down the hill and into the bank lot.
Okay, thank you.
Peter?
Jonathan, the work on Black Hill Road, was that for Phase 1A only that you just showed us, or is that going to be all the work you plan to do on Black Hill Road?
No,
Done now?
that's a good question, Pete. No, that is actually just the work that's proposed as Phase 1A. We're trying to make a suitable approach for these two new sites before we go ahead with the later Phase 2A, or I'm sorry, 2B and 1B and 2, to widen Black Hill Road to 28 feet. So yeah, the reclaim and repaving is just part of Phase 1A, limited scope.
I haven't seen the latest set of plans that you submitted.
So that reclaim was on the original 30 Manchester Street submittal. The turning plan that is in that has been updated on this May 10th submission was excluded from the plan set, however, was included in the supplemental Phase 1A analysis that was submitted on March 20th, attachment B.
To DOT.
And to city staff.
No, it was copied to staff, but prepared for DOT.
Okay. Good.
So, well, a couple other things. So there is a sewer report from our consultant, Wright Pierce, and sewer doesn't appear to be an issue. We have a draft copy of the water study, and I think there's some things that still need to be worked out, some details that still need to be worked out, particularly the size of the water main on Black Hill Road. We're not quite ready to release that study to you guys, but and I don't think that the challenges are insurmountable, but there are some details with the water that still need to be worked out. And I'd be remiss not to mention that we are concerned about the traffic at the Black Hill Road intersection. That intersection is already failing at some legs at some parts of the day in peak times, and you're going to be adding traffic to it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad, and it's going to get worse. We don't have the DOT's comments. We haven't had a chance to fully look at your latest report, but it's a bad intersection. It's going to get worse. So those need to be worked out.
So we certainly accept those comments. I think the lion's share of that concern relates to the later phases of the project. We sat and, well, when we zoomed with DOT, and they were able to focus on Phase 1A, these two sites on Manchester Street, I think their general takeaway was much to do about nothing. They were concerned about what was coming later. There is more work to do. Those site plans will need to come through this board, and we will almost certainly have to do an update and resubmission of traffic specific to those sites. But as far as these connections were concerned, there wasn't much concern, and we know it would be a condition to address whatever they come up with.
Do you know what are you talking about for daily site visits, or what are you talking about for estimate? I don't want to hold you to it, but do you know how many people are coming in and out of those two sites?
That's the traffic guy. I'm the law guy.
Yeah. Well,
he happens to be here.
We're only going to give you a minute to tell us, though. I don't want the dissertation. I don't want the dissertation on the traffic. I just want to know how many cars come in and go out of it.
The executive
And again, coming in off of Manchester Street is fine, but to Pete's point, if you're failing, you're not failing because of queued up traffic on Black Hill Road. There's
The
nothing
report
there.
is 1,200 pages. The executive summary is 40.
40.
You're reading into my minute.
Sorry.
40 site visits a day?
It's, yeah, most of the traffic being a gas station and a bank relies a lot on pass-by trips.
Yep.
The number of new trips are 40 in the AM, about 50 in the PM, and about 70 on a Saturday.
Okay.
That's total new trips.
Okay, and those are all coming in off of Manchester, well, they could come in off Black Hill, but majority of them are going to come in off Manchester Street, and they're going to come out onto Black Hill.
For the bank, they have to.
The bank, they have to. Is that the case on the other one? No, it's not.
The bank is write-in only for
Right,
this discussion. Most of the trips are going to be coming in through the bank driveway, which.
But the
just
gas
passed.
station is got an entrance and exit on
The
Manchester.
gas station has that, Spine Road, they'll be coming in there.
Okay,
and
perfect.
leaving.
All right, yes.
I have a question about sort of DOT's purview and then the cities. Because I went to the casino DOT meeting, which was really boring, but I was surprised by how little DOT really cared about traffic for the casino project. So I'm wondering, because most of it was city roads. So could you explain, like, the interstate, the on-off ramps?
Right. Yeah, the primary concern of DOT on this project is how it affects the ramps. And, you know, it's the intersection is far enough away that queuing doesn't affect the ramps, but the operation of the ramps itself is important to them. And when they realize that Phase 1A only adds between 26 and 27 in the PM and 30 on a Saturday trips to that ramp, they basically, as Ari pointed out, lost all interest in the discussion.
So the city is more concerned than the state is concerned.
And I'd like to just...
And that's for future.
Yeah, I want to make it clear, I don't think it is clear, that the traffic study was submitted almost 2 years ago, was reviewed 4 times by city staff, the city consultant, and was accepted. And that included everything we're discussing here. The difference that we're discussing today is that Phase 1A, which is a small subset of that traffic study, is being brought forward first. And since that was never looked at in its smallness, that's what that traffic memo is about. And that just shows, like we just talked about, how the impacts are quite little. Nevertheless, we are still proposing some mitigation that you've already seen.
Okay. Yep.
I do want to also remind the board that one of the precedent conditions of the conditional approval of the comprehensive development plan is addressing traffic issues.
Right.
So they can't get final comprehensive plan, development plan without that, and they can't get final site plan for this without the final comprehensive development plan.
Gotcha. Okay. Anything else? You good?
We're good.
Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? No?
They're all being paid to be here.
Yeah. You have to ask. All right, so we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much for the testimony. And again, recognizing that there is still a lot of open issues here, I want to outline the findings of fact piece of it, that we're missing a couple of key pieces here as a finding of fact. But given what we've got now, and then the ability for staff to kind of take it across the finish line if we get to that point, we'll use what we presented tonight, the data that we've got here, less the 2 pieces that are outlined in the staff report as our findings of fact, to kind of render a decision and move this forward or push it out till June. So, good with that?
Yes.
Okay. So in our packets, you've got 7.3 to grant architectural design review of the building and site plan as depicted in the agenda packet materials, with the condition of approval that street trees are planted along the Manchester Street frontage in compliance with 2804 6 street trees and subdivision regulations, noting that the applicant has the option, of selecting low-growing, smaller trees for planting. So we discussed that in your presentation. You going to put street trees in, or you don't want to put street trees in front of the building? Street trees, I guess, yeah.
So it arises out of the subdivision regulations. This is a site plan.
Yeah.
I think we're going to work with staff to come up with some compromise there that we don't block the building. And
Okay, so lower growing or on the sides. Okay.
Maybe pick a few less and maybe not pick tall ones.
Okay, good with that, Earl?
Yeah, that was my, I didn't think that was a resolved issue, so thank you.
Okay, so would someone like to make a motion to grant architectural design review approval as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And 7.4, grant the waiver request from section 2102, sidewalks required, and again, outlined in your packet there. Would someone like to make a motion to grant the waiver request from section 2102, sidewalks required, as outlined in your packet?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 7.5 is to grant the conditional use permit for Article 28711F, driveway separation alternatives. And that's outlined again in your packet, and we heard the testimony regarding the feet from one to another from the applicant. Would someone like to make a motion to grant the conditional use permit outlined there?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 7.6 is to grant major site plan approval for the construction of a new 3,691 square foot bank and associated site improvements subject to the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1 through 18 and subsequent conditions 1 through 10. Any changes, staff, to those precedent and subsequent conditions? No. No mention of approvals for the other pieces. So would someone like to make a motion to grant that major site plan approval as outlined?
So moved.
We got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. So that is good. You are good to go.
Thank you.
So let's read item 10I
Okay.
into the record.
Jonathan Devine and TF Moran, Inc., on behalf of ROI Irrevocable Trust and Christine Windler, request approvals for a major site plan application and architectural design review for the construction of a gas station, convenience store, single bay automatic car wash, and associated site improvements, as well as a conditional use permit application for driveway separation distances in more than one driveway. Also requested are waivers from various site plan regulations. This site comprises 3 tax lots addressed as 30 Manchester Street, 32 Manchester Street, and 33 through 35 Black Hill Road in the Gateway Performance District. And before we turn it over to them, I would just preface that almost everything that was said in the previous hearing applies to this hearing
Regarding
regarding
the
the-
outstanding issues.
Correct.
So, I mean, I'm going to ask the board again, we're okay to hear this and move this forward or deny it? So hear it, yes? Just for the record, everybody's good with that? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so welcome to the table. If you guys could state your names for the record?
Yes, I'm Ari Pollack of the Gallagher firm, here for the applicant ROI Irrevocable Trust. And to my left is Jonathan Devine of TF Moran. His group has provided the civil and traffic engineering for the project. As Anne Marie just shared, this is largely the same story told in the prior application. Given the hour of the night, I won't repeat everything. I'll simply explain that this is also part of the CDP approved in December, another component of Phase 1A. All the same planning and engineering and study exercises have included this site as with the last, and Jonathan is going to hit the highlights because the site improvements, of course, are different.
Indeed, thank you, Ari. Yeah, I'm going to go quick. So, as introduced by staff, this is 3 individual lots, 781Z, Lot 30, 29, and 32. They will be voluntarily merged to one 3.4 acre lot and form the parcel that is shown on your screen. The major site features are a 5,750 square foot convenience store with drive-up window for prepared foods. We have 12 gas pumps and infrastructure for electric vehicle charging stations to promoting sustainability and giving the community a new e-fueling station. We have an accessory single bay car wash that was permitted as an accessory use via variance granted by the zoning board on February 7th of this year, with vacuum cleaners in blue here, so you can do all your car cleaning in one stop. The site will be accessed via Manchester Street and Black Hill Road, similarly with 16 Manchester Street. This, what I'm hovering over my cursor here is the Spine Road entrance. It is a 3-lane driveway stemming from Manchester Street, and it connects to Black Hill Road here, where it skinnies down to 2 lanes. The site will also be accessed via this full-service driveway on Black Hill Road, and then there is a right out for the site on Manchester Street that's right here. The site will have similar utility connections as 60 Manchester Street. Municipal sewer and water will be connected. Municipal sewer will be connected into Manchester Street, and then also proposed by this application is to extend the main under the road and stub it across Black Hill Road. And that is such that we don't have to tear the pavement back up for future development of the CDP. The water line will already be there. As you heard from Pete tonight, there's concern about the sizing, but maybe not something insurmountable, and we're certainly willing and flexible on the pipe size. But the water for the convenience store and the car wash will stem from a stub that's in this spine road. Additionally, underground gas and electric will be provided from Black Hill Road where there are mains and power lines. Stormwater will be handled on site in accordance with all state, in accordance with all state regulations, and on-site snow storage will also be provided. The lighting plan also shows the uniformity ratio required by the city in all areas where there's cars parked. Similarly to the other application, this site proposed unique qualities that subjected itself to relief from the ordinance and regulations. We are specifically requesting 2 waivers, and this site plan application is accompanied by 2 conditional use permit applications. Waiver, again, it's the same waiver to delay installing sidewalk on Black Hill Road, as we're going to tear up the road when we widen it, and it's an unneeded factor. The other waiver is to provide less than 3 feet of separation from a stormwater infiltration basin to the estimated seasonal high water table observed by our office during field investigations. 3 feet is what is required by the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services and deemed enough space to adequately treat the water such that there is no public safety concerns. Both waivers have been reviewed and are, as outlined in the staff report, supported for approval. The conditional use permit is the same, one of the conditional use permits is the same conditional use permit for the other site to provide driveways that are less than 250 feet apart from each other. So that's actually for all 4 driveways. So that'd be this driveway and this driveway, which you can see here are 170 feet apart. The main spine road to Enterprise Rental Car is 138 feet apart. The right out to the next, I don't know what the use is of this or if it's even currently occupied, but it's 220 vacant. 227 feet apart, and then these 2 driveways are 205 feet apart, and then the main spine road driveway to Enterprise Bank is 119 feet. The criteria, as already noted for the other applications, were deemed met in our conditional use permit application.
I'll reference the same submission, Mr. Chairman, made of the application materials by letter dated May 3rd, 2024.
And then the other conditional use permit or CUP for the project is to allow more than 1 driveway for the site per frontage. As you can see, this main spine road, although has a connection to the convenience store, is really going to be the main infrastructure and main stem for the later CDP. So we view it almost as not a separate driveway, but the use of it is going to be for the later development, while these driveways are unique to the use of the convenience store. So that conditional use permit, again, as noted with the other one, was reviewed and deemed to satisfy the criteria as outlined in the ordinance. The other item that was brought up in the staff report that I want to touch on is just explaining sort of the parking and stacking requirements. So not outlined on the originally submitted plan were the stacking spaces. On this plan you see here, the stacking spaces are outlined in purple. The ordinance outlines that a use for a gas pumping station requires 1.5 stacking spaces per pump. We have 12 pumps. 12 pumps times 1.5 is 18 stacking spaces. We have provided 14 stacking spaces under the canopy, 1 at each fueling position with 2 on the outside, leaving 25 feet and 27 feet, which is more than the required egress around the pumping station for a drive aisle of 24 feet. And we've also additionally added 4 stacking spaces here along the frontage that will be used for cars waiting should this entire area be filled. The other stacking requirements of this use is for the drive-up window, where we've provided 11 stacking spaces here in purple. These there's black boxes, a corner here, corner here, corner here. This box is 9 by 20 feet, which is the required space for a stacking space. In the blue, you can see the parking spaces that we are providing for the site. There are 37 spaces required. We are providing 45. And then the other item that was outlined is the loading area, and I just added some dimensionality on this plan. It's 90 feet wide, it's 14 feet right here, and it's 28 feet here. The gross square foot area is 1890 square feet. So this loading area does comply with the regulations. It's just not in a, I just didn't put the dimensions on the plan that was submitted to staff, and that's my fault. I think I've hit everything I wanted to hit in terms of the staff report and the site plan. And I'm open to any questions regarding any of the items we just discussed.
So you mentioned EV charging. Are those the, looks like what, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots over on the left?
They're
of the gas pumps, or where are those located?
They're on the right here. I got 4 future universal charging stations and 7 future Tesla stations. The exact allotment of those Tesla to universal is up in the air right now as the market demand is constantly changing, but that's something that Common Man Roadside will work out during construction and later analysis of the site.
Those are on the, those must be vacuum cleaner pieces for the car wash, right? The odd looking.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. These weird lines between the 7 and 4 spots are proposed vacuum cleaners, and then the boxes and bollards here are to outline the EV charging stations.
Okay, and my other question is exiting the property, so you come in off 93, come down through the main lights, take a right into the property, come into the main intersection there, and then take a left into it, get into your drive-through lane, get your sandwich, pull around, come back up the same way you came in to that stop that's there. Now, you have any signage proposed for right across there with a 93 left as opposed to I'm going to instantly turn right and you're going to get screwed in trying to, get to the end of the lot there. So signage.
Only do it once.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Go to Black
I'm
Hill
only going to
and
care once because I'm going skiing and I'm not going to stop here again. But do you have any signage or anything that's going to direct people to the left?
There's none proposed right now, but that's a really
Certainly
poignant
can add it.
observation. Yeah, that should be added, and we can add it to the plan.
Okay.
The question I would have is, do you want to direct people out to Black Hill so they can get to the light?
That's the question, and that's the way I'd rather have them go. So the safety way would be turn left, go to, take a right, get to Black Hill Road, come to the lights, take a left, and you're up on the highway.
You may not get out of the site
Otherwise.
yeah.
Right,
Or
so
you're
the
gonna,
whole-
or you're gonna
Not for a
you're gonna
left.
cut the corner up here and try to turn left when you're supposed to turn right.
Right, we do
or
have
go
a-
up to Endicott Furniture and turn around. So
Yeah, exactly. We do have a median here to deter left
Gonna say,
turns.
Right, so there's no left out from the Spine Road. The whole traffic thrust was to
Yeah.
prioritize Black Hill
Yeah.
and the existing signaled intersection.
Yeah.
And so we held on to what we could from the driveways,
Yeah.
but they're all restricted.
Good.
And
and I'm fine with it.
and
I just
end up there.
I think you need some signage to direct
For sure.
people to go to that
Good
direction.
point.
Okay. Other questions, Earl?
This outlay, along with the last one, where's the Greenway Trail? And I assume it's west of this, on the
South.
south, the riverbank, south?
Correct. So
South.
the Greenway Trail is part of the CDP approval and will come forward with the sites that are to the south of Black Hill Road.
And access to this focus, I assuming if you're on a bike, you're not gonna want gas, but you may wanna go get a sandwich. How would they get into this?
Best way would be right off Manchester Street and into the Spine Road,
Okay,
just as they would today for any business on Manchester Street.
Or they just come up to Black Hill and turn left into it, right?
Could do that too, but,
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, people
either
coming
or.
from the south.
So I think on the CDP that we'd done, there was bus stop conversations, and I see it here, which is probably a better location for it, because you come in off Manchester Street, stop
Right.
at the bus stop, go out onto Black Hill and hit the light again. Is there not gonna be anything down farther on the CDP piece of it, or is there gonna be more bus?
I don't think there are more proposed because those are existing on Manchester Street.
And I don't think that's a problem. I mean,
Right.
what are you talking about, walking
think
from
so.
this bus stop out onto the sidewalk? It's, what, 100 yards maybe?
Yeah. That was a good place to put it where it would be accessible to the development, but not
So-
in the way.
We spent a little bit of time talking about that in the CDP piece of it, and I think this is a good solution. I mean, this, to
Glad
me,
you Like it.
See, that seems like a logical solution, because then people can hop onto Manchester Street if they're going up. I don't know where the next stop is on Manchester Street, but I think it's a ways up. Okay, so other questions from the board? Nothing? It's getting late.
Building elevations?
Building elevations, yeah.
I'll touch on the architecture quick.
Just throw the store up.
Looks like a common man roadside.
Looks like
Yeah.
looks like it belongs on.
Looks like the one at Epsom Trappist.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Or many places around the state now.
It's okay.
But they don't have a drive-through on some of those, do they? This is new.
Some does.
I
Is it?
couldn't tell you where they do or don't, but they'll have one here.
So I was able to attend the ADR meeting last month where the architecture of the building was received well by the committee, as they recommended approval with the understanding that this red coloring and this scheme was going to be carried over to the car wash. The items that they asked us to revise, which is duly noted on this plan, is that all four sides of the building be colored, whereas previously they weren't. And then just the colors are called out on the plan, called out on the architecture, so it is called Country Lane Red. Just in front of the building, there'll be some stone facade here, there'll be a couple windows here, 2 entrances, 1 on each side. We feel that we've met the intention of the ADR, and we'll continue to work with both planning and ADR to coordinate building signage and canopy signage for the gas station, for the canopy of the gas station itself.
I'm surprised ADR was okay with all the gray. Well, I guess the asphalt shingles would be.
We went last on their agenda too.
Oh, it's probably by design, right?
So that's a strategy of yours?
It doesn't always work.
I was just going to confirm that what they're showing on the screen is reflective of what was described to the Architectural Design Review Committee.
Okay. Oh, as opposed to what's in our packet, because that's completely
Correct.
different. Can
Yes,
you go back to
because
the front?
the
Can you go back to
packet
the front
doesn't show the
elevation?
colors, and that's what that was their recommended condition of approval from the committee, was that the colors that they described in the meeting be reflected on the elevations, and that reflects
It's going to be a
this.
cupola-rich environment.
Cupola rich, yeah.
And chimneys.
Okay, Dina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like the charging station, bringing that into the town, because we definitely need some more charging stations. I had a question. Are there any solar arrays that power these, or is it strictly from the transformers that are in here?
Yeah, I don't think there's any solar proposed for this project. There's just not enough space or roof to make it sensible.
Okay, so all of your power comes from the transformers and
It's from the grid.
the grid? Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I don't think there's any questions from the audience. They've gone home. Okay, anything else from the board? No, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much. With that testimony, so let's look at our staff report here. And again, same issue with the findings of fact will be what we were presented tonight, plus the information that will be presented to staff regarding the, or has been presented and will be reviewed by staff for those 2 pieces. In our packets, we've got, 7.2, am I in the right spot? Okay.
Can I make a suggestion regarding the ADR, the Architectural Design Review?
Yeah.
Rather than grant one and deny the other, grant and condition the canopy on returning to ADR for further recommendation?
And that, well, what I was also going to say was that in further reflection and discussion with the applicant, and I just, this much like us being at the tail end of this meeting, this was the final staff report that I was doing Friday before preparing, before publishing. So I apologize in advance to the board because there are 2 items that I missed that Tim pointed out to me. One of the things, not one of the 2, but one of the things that I was going to change was actually this whole thing with the canopy, because the applicant's going to include the canopy as part of their sign package. So, I mean, we actually don't even need to address it, and they didn't even request it, actually. They didn't request architectural design review approval for the canopy. piece, so,
So just ignore 7.3.
yeah, we can
That's
actually
fine.
just
I'm
ignore
fine with that as well.
7.3.
Okay. All right, so,
And then I do need to add two motions to the, and a second waiver and a second conditional use permit that I neglected to get in there,
okay,
so
we'll
I
get-
apologize.
Let's get 7.2 on the books first. So 7.2 is to grant architectural design review approval for the convenience store and car wash as depicted in the agenda packet materials with the condition of approval that the applicant submit revised elevations showing and noting the colors. I think that's been done. Has that been done, or no?
It will be with.
Will be done, okay. All right, so 7.2, would someone like to make a motion to grant architectural design review as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 7.3, again, we're gonna ignore that. We'll go to 7.4. Can we do that one? And then you have an add, you got
Yep.
another one? Grant the waiver requested for section 2102, sidewalks required as outlined in your packet. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver as outlined?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Let's call it 7.5, and we'll change them as we go.
Okay.
So 7.5 is a waiver for?
Section 22.072, stormwater recharge of the site plan regulations using the criteria of RSA 67444, to allow for a 3-foot separation between the bottom of an infiltration system and the groundwater, rather than the 4-foot separation required.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver as outlined? And before we do, staff supports that waiver?
Yes.
Okay. Someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 7.6 is to grant the conditional use permit for Article 28.711F driveway separation alternatives. Again, outlined in the packet here with the applicant giving us the details. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that conditional use permit as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Getting late.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 7.7 is another conditional use
Yes.
permit.
Grant conditional use permit approval for the second portion of Article 28-7-12C2 of the zoning ordinance to allow for more than one driveway in a comprehensive plan, comprehensive development plan where only one driveway is permitted.
Yes. Someone like to make a motion to grant that conditional use permit
moved.
as outlined.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries, so that brings us to 7.8 now in your packet, instead of 7.6, which is to grant major site plan approval for the construction of a new convenience store and drive-up window, gas station, and one bay, automatic car wash, and associated site improvements with the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1 through, 30. And subsequent conditions 1 through 11. Would someone like to make that motion to grant the major site plan approval as outlined?
I will.
Second.
I will in a second. We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You are all set. Phew.
Thank you very
That
much
was
for all
easy.
your time.
Good luck getting going, and we're looking forward to clearing that space out
Yeah.
completely.
Thank you
Keep
very
it
much.
picked up, please.
All
Long
right.
night. Thank you.
Item 11 on our agenda, any other business to legally come before the board this evening?
I move to adjourn.
I've got a motion, and we got a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned. 11:07.